Analytical. Involves careful examination and reasoning. His analytical perspective helped uncover hidden patterns in the data that others missed. Engineers rely on their analytical abilities to develop efficient solutions for technical issues. The analytical approach to problem-solving requires attention to detail and logical reasoning. Correlation. A relationship between two or more things. According to recent studies, a strong correlation exists between educational level and income. Researchers found no correlation between the two variables, challenging previous assumptions. The correlation between exercise and mental health has been extensively studied in recent years. Experimental. Based on testing to determine cause and effect. They conducted an experimental study to examine the impact of social media on productivity. The experimental approach allowed the researchers to explore new methods of data collection. The experimental design of the study tested the effects of different teaching methods on students. Methodology. A system of methods used in a particular area of study. The research methodology was adjusted to account for unexpected variables in the study. A strong methodology is essential for ensuring the reliability and validity of research findings. Understanding the research methodology is essential for interpreting scientific papers accurately. Framework. A structure for organizing or supporting ideas. They developed a new framework to assess the environmental impact of urban expansion. A legal framework is essential to ensure fair competition and prevent monopolies in the market. The software development team followed a framework that prioritized speed and user experience. Validity. The degree to which something is accurate. The validity of the research results was questioned due to insufficient sample size and bias. The test's validity was confirmed by comparing it with established standards and benchmarks. To ensure the validity of the experiment, we controlled all external variables that could interfere. Consistency. The quality of yielding the same results over time. For research findings to be reliable, they must demonstrate consistency across different trials. Teachers emphasized the importance of consistency in student attendance for academic success. The athlete's consistency in training has led to continuous improvement in performance over time. Proportion. The relative amount of a part in relation to the whole. The budget allocated to marketing is a small proportion of the company's overall expenses. The data reveals an equal proportion of positive and negative responses to the survey questions. The proportion of employees working remotely has significantly grown since the pandemic began. Evaluation. Assessment or judgment of value or quality. The evaluation of the program's effectiveness will be conducted at the end of the semester. The evaluation of the new system showed a significant improvement in processing efficiency. She received a positive evaluation for her performance, leading to a well-deserved promotion. Empirical. Based on experience rather than theory. The research team gathered empirical data to support their hypothesis on climate change. They conducted empirical studies to observe the real-world impact of their proposed solutions. Empirical observations showed a significant correlation between education and income levels. Theoretical. Based on abstract ideas rather than practical application. His theoretical framework provided a foundation for analyzing complex social phenomena. Theoretical models often predict outcomes based on assumptions rather than empirical data. They developed a theoretical approach to explain the relationship between stress and health. Qualitative. Related to descriptions or qualities rather than numbers. She used qualitative methods like interviews to explore the experiences of young mothers. Qualitative research focuses on understanding the deeper meanings behind human behaviors. The team conducted a qualitative study to investigate the motivations behind consumer choices. Hypothetical. Based on an imagined or suggested idea, not proven. His hypothetical example illustrated what could happen if public policies were reformed. The researcher proposed a hypothetical model to explore the effects of universal healthcare. Hypothetical questions help students engage in critical thinking and problem-solving exercises. Longitudinal. Involving repeated observations over a long period. Longitudinal studies track participants over extended periods to understand long-term trends. A longitudinal study provided valuable insights into the progression of the disease over decades. Longitudinal analysis revealed that early childhood education had lasting effects on development. Meta-analysis. A study combining results from multiple studies. Meta-analysis helps identify patterns across multiple datasets from independent studies. The team conducted a meta-analysis to assess the strength of a particular treatment's effects. Their meta-analysis confirmed the widespread success of the intervention across various settings. Corroborate. To confirm or support with evidence. The experts' analysis corroborated the results of earlier experiments on climate change. The findings were corroborated by additional research conducted by an independent team. Corroborating evidence from several sources strengthened the credibility of the hypothesis. Statistical. Related to data analysis and explanation using statistics. The statistical analysis revealed a significant correlation between age and income levels. Statistical significance was achieved after comparing the results of multiple experiments. He applied statistical techniques to analyze the relationship between age and job satisfaction. Quantitative. Involving measurement or numbers. Quantitative data from the survey provided valuable insights into customer satisfaction. We used a quantitative approach to evaluate the effectiveness of the marketing campaign. The survey focused on collecting quantitative information about customer satisfaction levels. Data-driven. Guided or based on data analysis and insights. The data-driven model provided accurate forecasts of customer demand for the next quarter. By following a data-driven strategy, they were able to increase engagement rates significantly. The data-driven analysis revealed key insights that influenced the product development strategy. Deduction. Drawing a conclusion from facts. His deduction about the suspect's motive was accurate, based on the subtle clues provided. A logical deduction revealed the solution to the complex math problem he had been solving. The lawyer's deduction of the case's timeline revealed inconsistencies in the witness's testimony. Generalization. Broad statement from specific cases. The generalization of his views on technology didn't account for the different age groups. His generalization about urban life did not consider the diversity of people and experiences. Making a generalization from a few instances can lead to incorrect conclusions about others. Fallacy. False or misleading reasoning. He pointed out the fallacy in their logic, which weakened the overall argument significantly. Using a fallacy to justify a decision can undermine credibility and trustworthiness in debates. The politician's speech contained several fallacies that distorted the true meaning of the issue. Refutation. proving something is wrong. The expert's refutation of the theory prompted a complete re-evaluation of the hypothesis. His refutation of the opposing argument was based on substantial evidence and clear logic. Her refutation of the accusation helped restore her reputation and calm the growing tensions. Counter-argument. Argument opposing another argument. In her counter-argument, she focused on the inconsistencies found in their data analysis. She prepared a counter-argument that directly addressed the flaws in the opposing viewpoint. The professor welcomed the counter-argument, believing it would lead to a better discussion. Premise. Basic statement or assumption. The premise that all humans seek happiness was central to his philosophical argument. The main premise of his essay was that education should be accessible to all individuals. She began the argument by stating the premise clearly to ensure the audience understood it. Assertion. A confident statement or claim. His assertion that climate change is a global crisis was backed by a multitude of studies. The strong assertion in her report emphasized the urgent need for environmental reform. The politician's assertion about economic growth was met with both support and criticism. Proposition. A suggested idea or statement. The proposition to lower taxes was met with mixed reactions from both sides of the debate. The proposition of a global carbon tax sparked heated discussions among environmentalists. After careful consideration, the proposition was accepted and implemented across the country. Justification. Reasoning to support something. The lawyer's justification for the claim was grounded in the fairness of the legal process. He provided a clear justification for the policy changes that would improve public safety. The manager's justification for the project's delay was due to unexpected technical issues. Contradiction. A statement that opposes another. The contradiction in her reasoning was exposed after a thorough examination of the facts. The sudden contradiction in the witness's testimony undermined the integrity of the case. A contradiction in the data analysis forced them to revisit their initial assumptions and findings. Inference. A conclusion is drawn from the evidence. From the evidence, she made an inference about the cause of the economic downturn. The detective's inference from the situation suggested that the motive was financial gain. Based on the clues provided, his inference was that the suspect had been at the crime scene. Coherence. Logical and consistent connection. The coherence of their argument relied on clearly defined terms and a logical flow of ideas. His writing demonstrated coherence through structured ideas and consistent use of evidence. Coherence in the team's strategy allowed them to work together effectively toward their goal. Evidence-based. Supported by facts or data. The research was entirely evidence-based, with findings supported by thorough data analysis. Evidence-based practices are crucial in healthcare to ensure patient safety and treatment efficacy. Policymakers emphasized the need for evidence-based policies to combat the rising inflation rates. Concession. Acknowledging part of an argument. The mayor's concession to increase public funding was met with mixed reactions from citizens. After much debate, the senator made a concession to support the compromise on tax reforms. The concession he made helped shift the focus back to more important aspects of the debate. Substantiation. Providing proof or support. The report lacked substantiation, leading many to question the authenticity of its findings. Substantiation of the financial reports was crucial to avoid legal repercussions during the audit. Substantiation of the allegations required clear proof, which was not available at the trial's outset. Pedagogy. The method and practice of teaching. Modern pedagogy integrates technology to engage students in innovative, interactive ways. Pedagogy in early childhood education often focuses on fostering creativity and social skills. Teachers must continuously update their pedagogy to keep pace with educational innovations. Curriculum. The set of courses or subjects taught. This school offers an arts-integrated curriculum that enhances creativity and critical thinking. The new curriculum includes more STEM courses to better prepare students for future careers. Universities often update their curriculum to align with industry demands and emerging fields. Numeracy. The ability to understand and work with numbers. Numeracy skills are fundamental for daily life, from budgeting to making informed decisions. Integrating numeracy in daily activities helps children understand math's practical applications. Numeracy initiatives focus on improving mathematical skills in underserved school communities. Critical thinking. The ability to analyze and evaluate information. Developing critical thinking prepares students for higher education and professional success. Problem-based learning fosters critical thinking by engaging students in real-world challenges. Critical thinking enables individuals to evaluate situations and solve problems more effectively. Interdisciplinary. Involving two or more academic disciplines. Interdisciplinary projects help students develop a well-rounded view of real-world challenges. Interdisciplinary studies promote creativity by bridging knowledge across traditional disciplines. Solving global problems often requires an interdisciplinary perspective and collaborative thinking. Accreditation. Official recognition of a school's quality. The school recently received accreditation for its advanced technology training programs. Many professions require degrees from accredited institutions to validate quality education. Accreditation bodies evaluate schools based on their curriculum, faculty, and student outcomes. Vocational training. Education focused on specific job skills. Vocational training provides hands-on skills for careers in fields like healthcare and engineering. Many high school graduates opt for vocational training instead of traditional college education. Vocational training programs prepare students for immediate employment in various industries. E-learning. Learning through digital platforms. E-learning often includes interactive features like quizzes and discussion forums for engagement. The popularity of e-learning has increased significantly due to recent technological advancements. E-learning platforms enable students to access courses from anywhere with an internet connection. Distance learning. Education is delivered remotely, often online. Distance learning often includes live lectures, recorded sessions, and online discussion boards. Distance learning provides opportunities for those unable to attend traditional in-person classes. Universities expanded distance learning programs to meet growing demand for remote education. Bilingualism. The ability to speak two languages. Research shows that bilingualism can improve memory and multitasking abilities over time. Many global organizations seek employees with bilingualism skills for effective communication. Schools are implementing programs to promote bilingualism and cross-cultural understanding. Assessment. The process of evaluating students' learning. Regular assessment helps teachers track students' progress and adjust instruction accordingly. Effective assessment identifies areas where students need additional support or enrichment. Continuous assessment provides a comprehensive view of a student's academic development. Epidemiology. Study of disease patterns in populations. The epidemiology of the flu is tracked closely to prevent widespread seasonal outbreaks. Her research in epidemiology aims to identify risk factors for infectious diseases worldwide. Advances in epidemiology contribute to more effective public health policies and interventions. Oncology. Study and treatment of cancer. Recent developments in oncology have led to more personalized approaches to cancer care. Oncology research focuses on developing therapies to improve cancer survival rates globally. The oncology department provides specialized care for patients undergoing cancer treatment. Neuroscience. Study of the nervous system and brain. Neuroscience explores how the brain and nervous system influence thoughts and behavior. The field of neuroscience attracts students interested in the complexities of human behavior. Neuroscience studies show how environmental factors influence brain development in children. Immunology. Study of the immune system. She pursued a career in immunology to help discover treatments for autoimmune disorders. Modern immunology aims to understand cellular responses against emerging infectious diseases. Immunology research is crucial for understanding diseases like cancer and autoimmune disorders. Pathogen. Disease-causing microorganism. The human body constantly combats pathogens that attempt to invade and cause illness. Certain pathogens have developed resistance, making infections harder to treat over time. Hand washing is essential to prevent pathogens from spreading in public and personal spaces. Antibody. Protein produced to fight infections. Antibody levels can indicate immunity strength after recovery from an infectious disease. Testing for antibodies helps determine if a person was previously exposed to an infection. Antibodies recognize and neutralize foreign substances, defending the body from infections. Diagnosis. Identifying a disease or condition. Accurate diagnosis relies on a combination of medical tests, symptoms, and patient history. Advanced diagnostic tools have revolutionized the speed and accuracy of identifying diseases. Early diagnosis of diseases such as cancer greatly improves the chances of successful treatment. Endemic. Disease regularly found in a specific area. Endemic diseases require ongoing efforts to manage and reduce their public health impact. Some viruses are endemic to regions where conditions support their continuous transmission. Vaccination programs aim to reduce the impact of endemic diseases in vulnerable communities. Pandemic. Worldwide spread of a disease. The recent pandemic highlighted the importance of global cooperation in health response. During a pandemic, healthcare systems face overwhelming challenges to meet patient needs. Measures to control the pandemic include social distancing and widespread vaccination efforts. Pharmacology. Study of drugs and their effects. Pharmacology examines drug interactions within the body to develop safe medications. Advances in pharmacology contribute to developing therapies for numerous chronic diseases. The pharmacology course teaches students about drugs' effects, side effects, and interactions. Physiology. Study of body functions. Physiology explores the body's functions, from cellular mechanisms to whole organ systems. Advances in physiology help explain how different organs respond to environmental changes. A comprehensive knowledge of physiology is fundamental in fields like medicine and biology. Neurology. Study of the nervous system and disorders. A neurology consult confirmed the diagnosis, allowing targeted treatment for the patient. Neurology advancements improve treatments for brain injuries and neurological disorders. Neurology examines brain function to understand mental illnesses and cognitive impairments. Genetic engineering. Manipulation of genes for specific purposes. Genetic engineering enables scientists to modify DNA, enhancing crop resilience and yield. Genetic engineering has sparked debates on ethical concerns and possible ecological impacts. Through genetic engineering, scientists create modified organisms for research and industry. Transplantation. Transfer of organs or tissues between individuals. Organ transplantation saves lives by replacing damaged organs with healthy, functioning ones. Stem cell research is opening new prospects for regenerative medicine and organ transplantation. Transplantation is often a last resort for patients with failing organs and limited treatment options. It is argued that some people or experts claim or suggest that it is argued that regular exercise improves mental health in addition to physical health. It is argued that technological advancements can bridge educational disparities globally. It is argued that implementing renewable energy sources reduces long-term energy costs. Evidence suggests. The data points to or supports the idea that evidence suggests that social media influences teenagers' self-esteem and body image. Evidence suggests a correlation between sleep quality and overall academic performance. Evidence suggests that hybrid work models increase employee productivity and satisfaction. In light of considering or taking into account. In light of new evidence, the investigation was reopened to re-examine the case thoroughly. In light of the pandemic, many businesses adopted remote working policies to ensure safety. In light of the economic downturn, the government implemented a series of stimulus packages. Contrary to, opposite to, or in disagreement with. Contrary to the teacher's instructions, the students decided to work on the project together. Contrary to popular belief, the study found that moderate exercise can be equally beneficial. Contrary to the forecast, the weather remained clear and sunny throughout the entire event. A significant factor. An important reason or cause behind something. Economic stability is a significant factor influencing investors' decisions in the global market. A significant factor in their success was the team's ability to work collaboratively under pressure. Lack of resources was a significant factor contributing to delays in project completion and delivery. It can be concluded. From this information, we can determine. From the analysis, it can be concluded that online sales significantly influence market trends. Given the data, it can be concluded that investing in sustainable practices benefits businesses. After reviewing the study, it can be concluded that social media impacts consumer behavior. This implies that. This indicates or hints that. The rising interest in eco-friendly products implies that consumer values are shifting significantly. Higher satisfaction rates imply that customers are increasingly pleased with the product updates. Improved performance metrics imply that recent training initiatives are making a positive impact. On the contrary. In contrast, showing the opposite viewpoint. People expected a decline in interest. On the contrary, engagement levels rose dramatically. Many thought the team would struggle. On the contrary, they excelled beyond expectations. Some predicted lower participation. On the contrary, attendance exceeded all previous records. Based on the findings. Considering the outcomes of the research, the team proposed new strategies based on the findings from the recent customer survey. Based on the findings, the company decided to expand into emerging international markets. Based on the findings, management opted to improve employee training programs significantly. The results indicate. The findings show or suggest that, in general, the results indicate a strong demand for environmentally sustainable products. Higher than expected sales results indicate that customer demand has risen in recent months. The results indicate that remote work options increase overall job satisfaction among employees. To a large extent. Mostly, or in a significant way. To a large extent, the growth of social media has reshaped how people communicate globally. Climate change impacts biodiversity to a large extent, especially in regions with fragile ecosystems. To a large extent, success in this field depends on effective communication and collaboration skills. It is evident that. It is clear or obvious that. It is evident that increased screen time affects children's sleep patterns and overall health. It is evident that market trends favor companies adopting digital transformation strategies. Reviewing the data, it is evident that high-quality customer service improves client retention. A major implication. A key consequence or effect. A major implication of the study is the need for improved healthcare access in rural areas. The financial crisis had a major implication on housing market stability across the country. The study results have a major implication for future developments in artificial intelligence. As a result of, because of, or due to. As a result of declining sales, the company implemented new marketing strategies this quarter. The team won the championship as a result of their dedication, training, and strategic planning. As a result of improved healthcare, life expectancy has increased significantly over recent decades. In terms of, regarding or with respect to. In terms of safety, the new model meets the highest industry standards for crash protection. The country has made significant progress in terms of renewable energy adoption and usage. The team performed exceptionally well in terms of both productivity and overall project quality. It should be noted. It is important to recognize or remember that. It should be noted that this solution is temporary and requires further evaluation for. It should be noted that customer satisfaction surveys play a key role in product development. It should be noted that recent upgrades have made the system more efficient and user-friendly. It is worth mentioning. It is relevant or valuable to point out that the improvements were substantial, and it is worth mentioning the hard work of the staff. It is worth mentioning that customer feedback played a significant role in this product redesign. It is worth mentioning that the training sessions are available online for those who missed them. This study highlights. This research draws attention to. This study highlights the importance of early childhood education for durable academic success. Focusing on urban areas, this study highlights the need for improved public transportation systems. This study highlights the challenges faced by small businesses in highly competitive markets today. In accordance with, consistent with, or in line with. In accordance with safety guidelines, all employees are required to wear protective equipment. In accordance with the agreement, both parties will contribute equally to the project expenses. The decision was made in accordance with company policy and standard operating procedures. Metaphor. A figure of speech that compares two things. Her life was a metaphor for resilience, always finding strength amid difficult circumstances. In literature, the metaphor of a journey often symbolizes personal growth or exploration. The author used a metaphor to describe life as a winding, unpredictable river full of surprises. Aesthetic. Concerned with beauty or artistic expression. Her room had an aesthetic that blended rustic elements with contemporary design for warmth. The aesthetic appeal of the city was evident in the well-preserved architecture and green spaces. The museum's aesthetic was carefully curated to offer a serene, immersive experience for visitors. Allegory. A story that often represents moral or political meanings. She crafted an allegory that depicted societal issues through the lens of a fantastical world. The novel's allegory about the rise and fall of power resonates with today's political climate. Animal Farm, by George Orwell, is a political allegory criticizing the dangers of totalitarianism. Ethics. The study of right and wrong in human behavior. He debated the ethics of using artificial intelligence in creative industries like music and art. Questions of ethics often arise when discussing topics like artificial intelligence and privacy. In medical practice, ethics play a crucial role in ensuring patient privacy and informed consent. Morality. Principles of right and wrong behavior. The story explores themes of morality, questioning what it means to lead a good life. Morality often guides people's decisions, even when facing difficult or ambiguous situations. The philosopher's writings focused on the intersection of law, morality, and human behavior. Epistemology. The study of knowledge acquisition. Epistemology examines the limits of human understanding and the reliability of our beliefs. Epistemology deals with the nature of knowledge, questioning how we know what we know. The philosopher's work in epistemology challenged traditional views on perception and truth. Existentialism. A philosophy that focuses on individual freedom. Existentialism asks individuals to confront the absurdity of life and create their own meaning. Existentialism often portrays life as a series of choices, each carrying weight and consequences. Philosophers of existentialism argue that meaning must be found within oneself, not externally. Pragmatism. A practical approach to problems and affairs. Pragmatism in politics involves compromise, seeking results that benefit the most people. Pragmatism values practical solutions, focusing on what works rather than abstract theories. His approach to problem-solving was rooted in pragmatism, preferring efficiency over idealism. Humanism. A belief system that emphasizes human values. Humanism has a long tradition of advocating for education as a means to improve society. Humanism emphasizes the value of human dignity, potential, and the pursuit of knowledge. Humanism encourages critical thinking and a focus on improving human welfare and happiness. Relativism. The idea that truth and morality are not absolute. Critics of relativism argue that it can lead to moral ambiguity and a lack of universal standards. Relativism challenges the notion that there is a single, objective truth that applies to everyone. Ethical relativism claims that different societies may have their own equally valid moral codes. Empiricism. The belief that knowledge is based on experience. Scientists often adopt an empirical approach, relying on observation and experimentation. Empirical research requires collecting data that can be observed, measured, and analyzed. Empiricism focuses on experiences as the foundation for understanding the world around us. Nihilism. The rejection of moral values and religious beliefs. Nihilism is the belief that life has no inherent meaning or value, leading to existential despair. Critics of nihilism argue that it leads to pessimism and a rejection of positive societal progress. The novel explored themes of nihilism, where characters struggled to find meaning in existence. Determinism. The idea, the future is dependent upon the present. Determinism proposes that the universe operates in a predictable, cause-and-effect manner. The concept of determinism raises questions about the extent of human autonomy and choice. Critics of determinism argue that it undermines personal responsibility and moral accountability. Utilitarianism. The idea that the future is dependent upon the present. In utilitarianism, the morality of an action is judged by its overall consequences for society. Many ethical dilemmas can be analyzed through the lens of utilitarianism and consequences. In practice, utilitarianism can lead to challenging moral decisions regarding the greater good. Rationalism. Accepting reason as the supreme authority in matters. Many philosophers, like Descartes, championed rationalism as a basis for scientific inquiry. Rationalism emphasizes reason as the primary source of knowledge and understanding reality. Rationalism asserts that innate ideas exist independently of sensory experience and perception. Objectivity. The idea of being unbiased and neutral. Objectivity is essential in research to prevent subjective opinions from skewing the results. Objectivity is crucial in scientific research to minimize personal biases and ensure accuracy. Journalists strive for objectivity to present news stories fairly and without personal opinion. Subjectivity. The idea that personal feelings influence perceptions. Subjectivity plays a key role in personal preferences for music, literature, and culinary tastes. The critics' analysis was heavily influenced by their subjectivity rather than objective reasoning. The debate centered around the subjectivity of morality in different cultural and societal contexts. Paradigm shift. A fundamental change in approach or thinking. The discovery of gravity marked a major paradigm shift in the understanding of natural laws. The advent of the Internet caused a significant paradigm shift in how we communicate globally. A paradigm shift in scientific thinking often leads to groundbreaking discoveries and innovations. Assess. To judge or determine the value, or quality. We need to assess the risks involved in the new business strategy before proceeding further. It's crucial to assess the situation before making any decisions that could have consequences. The doctor will assess your condition and recommend the best course of treatment accordingly. Appraise. To evaluate or estimate the worth of something. Before making a purchase, we should appraise the product's quality based on expert reviews. It's essential to appraise the financial health of the company before considering an investment. A certified expert will appraise the painting to determine whether it is an authentic masterpiece. Critique. To review or analyze something in a detailed way. The film critic will critique the director's latest movie for its pacing and character development. It's important to critique your own work to identify areas that need revision before submission. After presenting the proposal, we encouraged the team to critique the ideas for improvements. Scrutinize. To look at something very carefully. Before signing the contract, the lawyer will scrutinize all the terms and conditions carefully. We need to scrutinize every aspect of the budget to ensure that all costs are accounted for. The auditors will scrutinize the company's financial records to ensure compliance with the systems. Evaluate. To assess or judge the significance of something. We must evaluate the benefits and drawbacks of each option before reaching a final decision. The teacher will evaluate your performance using a grading rubric that includes several criteria. Teachers evaluate students' performance to identify strengths and areas needing improvement. Consider. To give careful thought to something. The team will consider all available data before finalizing the design for the new product. The company will consider hiring more staff if the demand for their product continues to grow. You should consider the potential consequences before acting impulsively in a situation like this. Weigh. To assess or evaluate the importance of something. Before making any decisions, it's essential to weigh all the possible outcomes of each choice. We need to weigh the risks involved in expanding into new markets and the potential rewards. Let's weigh the cost of the project against its potential return on investment before proceeding. Analyze. To break down something into parts. We need to analyze the root cause of the issue before deciding how to resolve it effectively. The experts will analyze the market to identify potential opportunities for growth and expansion. The team will analyze the feedback to improve the quality of the product and customer satisfaction. Dispute. To argue or disagree about something. The lawyer will dispute the charges against her client, arguing that the evidence is insufficient. He will dispute the findings in the report, stating that the data was misinterpreted and misleading. It's important to dispute false claims in order to prevent misunderstandings from spreading further. Challenge. To question or dispute something for justification. Taking on this challenge requires immense dedication and persistence, but the reward is great. The challenge of completing the project on time motivated everyone to work together effectively. Facing a new challenge often teaches valuable lessons and helps improve problem-solving abilities. Debate. To argue about a topic, often in a formal way. We need to debate the advantages and disadvantages of the new tax proposal before voting. The team will debate the pros and cons of each potential location for the new office building. They will debate the role of government in regulating the economy during the panel discussion. Explore. To investigate or study something in depth. Scientists continue to explore space in hopes of uncovering more about our universe's origins. Traveling to new countries allows you to explore different cultures and broaden your worldview. He encouraged his students to explore the complexities of science through hands-on experiments. Investigate. To look into something in order to uncover facts. The government decided to investigate the impact of pollution on the local wildlife population. The detective will investigate the crime scene to gather new evidence and identify the culprit. The audit team will investigate the financial discrepancies in the company's accounting records. Examine. To inspect something closely and thoroughly. The doctor will examine the patient thoroughly to determine the cause of their symptoms. The team will examine the design of the product to ensure it meets all safety requirements. The scientist will examine the data collected from the experiment to draw accurate conclusions. Reflect. To think deeply or carefully about something. The artwork reflects the artist's emotional journey, capturing both pain and hope in vivid colors. The experience will make you reflect on your values and the impact of your decisions on others. At the end of the semester, students are asked to reflect on what they have learned in the course. Rationalize. To explain or justify something with logical reasons. It's important to rationalize your goals in order to create a clear and practical plan of action. She tried to rationalize her decision to leave the company by focusing on future opportunities. The manager rationalized the budget cuts by emphasizing the need for long-term financial stability. Consequently. As a result, because of this, the project was delayed due to bad weather. Consequently, the deadline was extended. The research was lacking. Consequently, further studies were proposed to clarify the findings. The factory was closed for maintenance. Consequently, production slowed down significantly. Nonetheless, in spite of what has just been said, the proposal lacked sufficient data. Nonetheless, it was accepted by the board of directors. He didn't agree with the decision. Nonetheless, he respected the final outcome of the vote. The project had several challenges. Nonetheless, it was completed on time and within budget. Conversely, in an opposite way, on the other hand, the weather improved in the north. Conversely, conditions in the south became more severe. He was optimistic about the outcome. Conversely, his colleague had a more skeptical viewpoint. Some people thrive under pressure. Conversely, others find it overwhelming and unmanageable. Subsequently, at a later or subsequent time, they missed the flight. Subsequently, they had to rebook tickets for the next available one. The scheme was delayed due to unforeseen issues. Subsequently, the timeline was adjusted. The product launch was successful. Subsequently, the company expanded its marketing efforts. Accordingly, in a way that is suitable for the situation. The survey results were reviewed. Accordingly, the company decided to implement changes. The instructions were clear. Accordingly, the team completed the task with minimal mistakes. The market analysis showed a decline in sales. Accordingly, the company adjusted its strategy. Moreover, in addition to what has been said, the research is groundbreaking. Moreover, it has the potential to change industry practices. The project is ahead of schedule. Moreover, it has exceeded the expected quality standards. The company offers competitive salaries. Moreover, it provides excellent benefits to employees. Hence, for this reason, therefore, the movie received critical acclaim. Hence, it quickly became a box office success worldwide. The team faced significant challenges. Hence, they had to work overtime to meet the deadline. The project was behind schedule. Hence, extra resources were allocated to speed up the process. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the meantime, she worked on the proposal. Meanwhile, her colleague handled the logistics of the event. The company launched a new product. Meanwhile, it continued improving existing services. The storm approached rapidly. Meanwhile, emergency services made preparations for the worst. Nevertheless, despite that, however, the challenges were numerous. Nevertheless, the team remained focused and determined. The weather was dreadful. Nevertheless, we decided to continue with our outdoor activities. The road was blocked due to construction. Nevertheless, the drivers remained patient and calm. Thereby, by that means or because of that, the team worked late. Thereby, they were able to finish the project ahead of schedule. The company cut costs. Thereby, it was able to maintain its profitability during tough times. The new system was implemented. Thereby, it streamlined many of the company's processes. Therefore, for that reason, consequently, the weather was unpredictable. Therefore, we decided to postpone the outdoor event. The data was incomplete. Therefore, the report was delayed until further analysis was done. The company exceeded its sales target. Therefore, employees received a bonus for their efforts. However, despite whatever amount or degree, the test results were inconclusive. However, the doctor suggested additional tests for clarity. The proposal was solid. However, it lacked some crucial details that needed to be addressed. The meeting was scheduled for noon. However, it was postponed due to unforeseen conditions. Likewise, in the same way, similarly, his arguments were convincing. Likewise, her rebuttal was powerful and well thought out. The company values innovation. Likewise, it encourages employees to think outside the box. He contributes to charity. Likewise, his family is also involved in various charitable activities. In contrast, in a way that is different, as a comparison, The old building had a historic charm. In contrast, the new structure was sleek and modern. The new model is sleek and modern. In contrast, the old version looks outdated and bulky. The first quarter was disappointing. In contrast, the second half showed great improvement. Whereas. In contrast, while at the same time. The team focused on improving quality, whereas the competitor prioritized cutting costs. The company uses advanced technology, whereas its competitors rely on traditional methods. The movie was action-packed, whereas the book was more focused on character development. Additionally, as an extra factor or circumstance, the restaurant serves excellent food. Additionally, the atmosphere is cozy and welcoming. Additionally, you should review the guidelines before starting the project to avoid mistakes. He was promoted to manager. Additionally, his salary was increased due to his achievements. Simultaneously. Existing or occurring at the same time. The conference was held in 2 locations, simultaneously. Sessions were broadcasted online. The movie played in theaters, simultaneously. It was available for streaming on the platform. They celebrated the event, simultaneously. The community gathered to support a local charity. On the other hand, as a different option or perspective, the new policy could improve efficiency. On the other hand, it may lead to dissatisfaction. She loves to read books. On the other hand, he prefers watching documentaries and movies. The new system is reliable. On the other hand, it may require more maintenance in the future. Sociology. The study of society and human behavior. Through sociology, we analyze how cultural norms and values affect human interactions. Sociology provides insights into issues like inequality, poverty, and social change in societies. The study of sociology helps us understand the dynamics within diverse human communities. Anthropology. The study of humans, cultures, and societies. Anthropologists often conduct fieldwork to gather data on human societies and their customs. Cultural anthropology focuses on the study of human societies, languages, and social institutions. Anthropology examines ancient civilizations to understand their traditions, rituals, and ways of life. Demographics. Statistical data about populations. The demographic shift towards an aging population is a growing concern in many countries. The company analyzed demographics to tailor their products to specific age groups and regions. The demographics of a country can shape policies and influence its future economic development. Urbanization. The growth of cities and movement of people. Rapid urbanization has led to overcrowding in cities, straining infrastructure and public resources. Urbanization transforms rural areas into urban centers, offering better access to jobs and services. The pace of urbanization has significantly altered traditional lifestyles in many developing nations. Stratification. The division of society into different social classes. The concept of stratification explains how wealth and privileges are distributed in society. Social stratification divides society into different layers based on wealth, power, and status. Stratification is often reinforced by social norms and institutions that perpetuate class divisions. Hegemony. Dominance or control by one group over others. Hegemony refers to the dominance of one group over others in political and cultural contexts. Political hegemony can influence laws, policies, and media to favor the ruling class's interests. Hegemony is often reinforced by media and education systems that promote dominant ideologies. Bureaucracy. A system of rule with many levels of authority. Government agencies rely on bureaucracy to implement laws and maintain public order. A well-functioning bureaucracy facilitates decision-making processes within large organizations. In large organizations, bureaucracy provides structure but may lead to inefficiency and red tape. Deviance. Behavior that violates social norms or rules. Sociologists study deviance to understand how different societies respond to rule breaking. Deviance can range from minor infractions to serious criminal behavior, depending on context. The study of deviance explores the reasons behind individuals' nonconformity to social norms. Secularization. The process of reducing religious influence in society. The process of secularization reflects shifting values towards science, reason, and individualism. In some societies, secularization has led to a greater focus on rational thought and human rights. The trend towards secularization is visible in the growing separation of church and state policies. Marginalization. Pushing certain groups to the edges of society. To combat marginalization, policies must focus on inclusivity and equal access to resources. Marginalization occurs when certain groups are excluded or pushed to the edges of society. The marginalization of women in leadership roles still persists across many industries globally. Social mobility. The ability of groups to move the social ladder. Education is considered one of the primary drivers of upward social mobility in many societies. Efforts to increase social mobility focus on reducing inequalities in wealth and access to resources. High rates of social mobility indicate a society where everyone has equal opportunities for success. Inequality. Unequal distribution of resources in society. Many social movements aim to address economic inequality and promote equal opportunities. Income inequality can lead to a cycle of poverty, limiting social mobility for future generations. Addressing inequality requires systemic changes to ensure equal rights and opportunities for all. Reciprocity. Exchanging goods, services, or favors with others. Reciprocity involves exchanging goods or services with mutual benefit between parties. Reciprocity is a fundamental aspect of trade and economic systems in societies worldwide. Social relationships often depend on the principle of reciprocity, where favors are exchanged. Symbolism. The use of symbols to represent ideas. National flags are powerful symbols that represent a country's history, pride, and identity. The use of symbolism in art conveys deeper meanings that extend beyond literal interpretation. Religious symbolism often represents core beliefs and values within different faith communities. Socialization. The process of learning societal norms and values. Through socialization, children learn cultural practices and how to interact with others. Media and education are key agents of socialization, influencing public opinions and values. The process of socialization helps individuals develop a sense of belonging to a community. Globalization. The connection of countries and cultures worldwide. The rise of globalization has transformed cultural practices across the world significantly. Many companies expand globally, driven by the opportunities created through globalization. The debate around globalization highlights both its benefits and its impact on local industries. Ethnocentrism. Believing one's own culture is superior to others. Social workers must be mindful of ethnocentrism when engaging with diverse communities. Ethnocentrism sometimes fosters cultural conflict, as groups may view others with suspicion. Ethnocentrism can lead to prejudice and misunderstanding between different cultural groups. Capitalism. Economic system with private ownership. The rise of globalization has intensified the influence of capitalism in worldwide economies. Some critics argue that capitalism leads to income inequality and environmental exploitation. Capitalism allows individuals to accumulate wealth, but often at the expense of social welfare. Inflation. Rise in prices and decrease in value of money. Central banks use interest rate adjustments to control inflation and stabilize the economy. Inflation can be caused by rising demand, supply shortages, or increased production costs. If inflation exceeds wage growth, many workers struggle to maintain their standard of living. Subsidy. Financial support from the government. Some argue that subsidies distort market forces and lead to inefficiencies in the economy. The government offered a subsidy to farmers affected by the drought to maintain stability. Some businesses depend heavily on government subsidies to remain competitive in the market. Recession. Economic decline or slowdown. Central banks lower interest rates to stimulate borrowing and spending during a recession. During a recession, unemployment tends to rise as businesses reduce spending and investment. A recession can lead to lower consumer spending, causing a decline in overall economic activity. Monopoly. One company dominates the market. In some cases, monopolies are allowed if they provide essential public services at lower costs. Monopolies can lead to higher prices, as consumers have no alternative options to choose from. A monopoly exists when a single company dominates a market, restricting competition and choice. Depreciation. Reduction in value over time. Real estate properties typically depreciate in value due to wear, tear, and market conditions. Depreciation is a non-cash expense that reduces taxable income but does not affect cash flow. Businesses account for depreciation to reflect the declining value of their equipment or property. Fiscal. Relating to government revenue and spending. Fiscal stimulus programs are designed to boost the economy during periods of slow growth. The company's fiscal health improved after restructuring its financial management processes. A government's fiscal responsibility is often measured by its ability to manage debt and deficits. Deficit. The shortfall in funds or resources. A trade deficit occurs when a country imports more goods than it exports, draining resources. Persistent budget deficits can lead to higher national debt and long-term economic challenges. To reduce the deficit, the government proposed tax hikes and spending cuts across various sectors. Equity. The value of the shares or quality of being fair. Investors seek equity as it offers potential long-term growth and higher returns than debt. Achieving equity in healthcare requires addressing disparities based on income and location. He believes equity in the workplace leads to greater productivity and employee satisfaction. Liquidity. Availability of cash or assets. A company's liquidity is crucial for covering short-term liabilities and maintaining operations. Banks assess liquidity risks to ensure they can meet their obligations to depositors and investors. The liquidity crisis forced the government to intervene and provide emergency financial support. Marginalization. Pushing someone to the edges of society. The marginalized groups have long struggled for recognition and equal treatment in society. Marginalization in healthcare has led to disparities in treatment and health outcomes for many. The community experienced marginalization due to their different cultural and religious practices. Outsourcing. Contracting work to external parties. Outsourcing production to low-wage countries has increased global competition in industries. Some argue that outsourcing can harm local economies by reducing domestic job opportunities. Outsourcing can lead to job losses in the home country but may boost efficiency and productivity. Privatization. From public to private ownership and control. Governments privatize state-owned enterprises to generate revenue and reduce budget deficits. Many public utilities have been privatized to improve efficiency and service delivery to customers. Privatization is the transfer of ownership from the government to private businesses or individuals. Entrepreneur. A person who starts a business. As an entrepreneur, she was always looking for innovative ways to solve everyday problems. Aspiring entrepreneurs often seek mentorship to navigate the complexities of starting a business. A successful entrepreneur must be adaptable and willing to pivot in response to market changes. Consumerism. Focus on buying goods and services. In some societies, consumerism has become a central aspect of identity and social status. The impact of consumerism on society is often debated, with opinions divided on its effects. The rise of consumerism has led to an increase in waste and unsustainable production methods. Supply chain. System of producing and delivering goods. The COVID-19 pandemic severely disrupted supply chains, impacting industries worldwide. Disruptions in the supply chain can cause delays and increase costs for businesses and consumers. Companies strive to optimize their supply chain to reduce costs and improve operational efficiency. Deregulation. Removal of government controls. Some believe that deregulation of environmental laws has caused significant ecological harm. The effects of deregulation on the healthcare sector have raised concerns about service quality. While deregulation can benefit businesses, it also risks lowering industry standards and oversight. Investment. Putting money into assets for profit. Foreign investment can stimulate economic growth by providing capital and creating new jobs. Many people invest in stocks, bonds, or real estate to build wealth and secure financial stability. The government encourages investment in renewable energy through tax incentives and grants. Facilitate. To make a process or task easier. The conference aims to facilitate collaboration between scientists and innovators worldwide. Online learning platforms facilitate easy access to educational resources for students worldwide. Workshops can facilitate learning by providing interactive and engaging activities for participants. Augment. To increase or enhance something. Technological advances have helped augment productivity in many industries over the years. Efforts to augment educational resources have led to improved student performance nationwide. The team worked tirelessly to augment their research and present more comprehensive findings. Mitigate. To make something less severe or intense. Proper planning can help mitigate potential challenges in large-scale construction projects. To mitigate the damage, the team responded quickly and implemented effective solutions. The company introduced new policies to mitigate the risk of workplace accidents and injuries. Disseminate. To spread or distribute information widely. Journalists are responsible for disseminating news to the public in a clear and factual manner. Social media platforms are powerful tools to disseminate news and updates to a wide audience. The organization plans to disseminate information about climate change to raise awareness globally. Negotiate. To discuss something to reach an agreement. The syndicate will negotiate with employees to reach a fair agreement on salary adjustments. They successfully negotiate peace agreements, ensuring both sides benefit from the resolution. The union representatives are scheduled to negotiate with management regarding salary increases. Examine. To inspect or analyze something carefully. The doctor will examine the patient's symptoms to determine the best course of treatment. It's essential to examine the impact of social media on mental health among teenagers today. It's important to examine the financial reports closely before making any investment decisions. Foster. To encourage the development of something. Parents play a vital role in fostering their children's self-esteem and emotional well-being. Educational programs aim to foster cultural understanding among diverse groups in society. Schools must foster a safe learning environment where students can express themselves freely. Bolster. To support or strengthen something. The government plans to bolster security measures in the city following recent terrorist threats. Positive feedback from customers helped bolster the company's reputation in the marketplace. The company is seeking additional funding to bolster its research and development department. Refute. To disprove or argue against something. The lawyer was able to refute the accusations made against her client with solid evidence. His arguments were convincing enough to refute the accusations of dishonesty and misconduct. The scientist worked tirelessly to refute the misleading claims made by the opposing researchers. Encapsulate. To express the most important points of something. His speech encapsulated the company's vision for the future, inspiring confidence in employees. The final paragraph of the essay will encapsulate the main points discussed throughout the paper. Her closing statement helped encapsulate all the points the team had discussed during the meeting. Inundate. To overwhelm with an abundance of something. The team was inundated with emails regarding the upcoming changes to the project guidelines. The city's emergency services were inundated with calls due to the severe snowstorm last night. The hospital emergency room was inundated with patients after the car accident on the highway. Embody. To represent or express something clearly. She embodies the qualities of a great leader by inspiring and motivating others consistently. The book's protagonist embodies resilience, overcoming challenges in pursuit of a better life. The athlete's dedication to training and competition truly embodies the spirit of sportsmanship. Rejuvenate. to restore or make something feel fresher or younger. The spa treatments are designed to rejuvenate the skin and provide a youthful appearance. Green spaces in cities can rejuvenate the local environment, improving residents' quality of life. A good night's sleep can rejuvenate your energy levels, improving your focus throughout the day. Delineate. To describe or portray something in detail. The report will delineate the steps required to improve the organization's financial health. The contract must delineate the terms and conditions agreed upon by both parties involved. The map clearly delineates the boundaries of the national park and surrounding protected areas. Consolidate. To combine something into a single, more effective whole. The goal is to consolidate efforts from different departments to improve overall productivity. She worked hard to consolidate her position in the company before taking on new challenges. The syndicate plans to consolidate its resources into a single location to reduce operational costs. Exacerbate. To make a situation or problem worse. Ignoring the warning signs can exacerbate an injury, making recovery much longer and harder. The heavy rainstorm will exacerbate the flooding in areas already affected by recent downpours. The lack of communication from management will likely exacerbate the employees' dissatisfaction. Substantiate. To provide evidence or support for something. The witness was asked to substantiate her statement with concrete examples and facts. The lawyer needs more evidence to substantiate the claims made during the opening argument. They gathered multiple studies to substantiate the theory that exercise improves mental health. Replicate. To reproduce or repeat something exactly. Scientists are trying to replicate the results of the groundbreaking experiment for validation. The company aims to replicate its success in the international market by expanding its operations. The team attempted to replicate the model but encountered several unforeseen complications. Alleviate. To reduce or relieve something, such as pain or stress. Regular exercise can help alleviate the symptoms of anxiety and improve mental health. To alleviate traffic congestion, the city is considering new public transportation initiatives. The intervention was designed to alleviate the negative impact of the economic downturn. Elucidate. To make something clear or explain in detail. The lawyer will elucidate the terms of the contract to ensure everyone understands them. The research findings help elucidate the relationship between exercise and brain function. The spokesperson was asked to elucidate the company's position on the recent controversy. Capitalize. To take advantage of an opportunity or situation. The company plans to capitalize on emerging trends by launching new products this year. Entrepreneurs often capitalize on market gaps to introduce innovative solutions and services. To succeed, we must capitalize on our strengths while addressing weaknesses in our strategy. Comprehend. To understand something fully. It's difficult to comprehend the complexities of quantum physics without prior knowledge. It's important to fully comprehend the terms of the agreement before signing any contracts. The article is written to help readers comprehend the scientific principles behind climate change. Incorporate. To combine or include something as part of a whole. The design team will incorporate new features to enhance the functionality of the product. The plan will incorporate feedback from stakeholders to ensure it meets everyone's needs. The curriculum will incorporate lessons on sustainability to promote environmental awareness. Intervene. To get involved in a situation to affect its outcome. The doctor may intervene if the patient's condition worsens and requires immediate attention. The parents will intervene if the child's behavior continues to disrupt the learning environment. International organizations may intervene if the conflict between the countries escalates further. Accommodate. To provide space or facilities for something. We need to accommodate the new technology in our current system to ensure compatibility. The event venue can accommodate attendees with disabilities, providing accessible entrances. The company will accommodate flexible work hours to support employees' needs for balance. Amplify. To increase the volume or strength of something. Social media can amplify news stories, making them reach a much wider audience quickly. The speaker's passionate tone helped amplify the impact of their message on the audience. To amplify their message, the campaign utilized both digital and traditional advertising strategies. Counteract. To act against or neutralize something. We can counteract the spread of misinformation by promoting accurate and reliable sources. The environmental group is working to counteract the deforestation caused by illegal logging. To counteract the impact of inflation, the government introduced measures to stimulate growth. Sovereignty. Supreme power or authority. The debate centered around how much sovereignty the state should relinquish to the federal. The government's decision to withdraw from the treaty was seen as an assertion of sovereignty. Indigenous communities have long fought for recognition of their sovereignty over ancestral lands. Totalitarianism. Centralized control, absolute authority. The rise of totalitarianism in the region was marked by the elimination of political opposition. Under totalitarianism, dissent is not tolerated, and critics of the regime face harsh punishment. Propaganda is often a tool used in totalitarianism to manipulate and control public perception. Impeachment. Removal of a government official from office. The Constitution outlines the specific grounds on which impeachment can be carried out. The impeachment process was initiated due to allegations of corruption against the president. Impeachment does not automatically remove a leader, it requires a subsequent trial and vote. Autonomy. Self-governance or independence. Financial autonomy is crucial for small businesses to thrive without relying on external funding. Granting autonomy to local governments can lead to more efficient and tailored public services. The push for greater autonomy was driven by a desire for self-determination and independence. Jurisdiction. Authority to make legal decisions. The court ruled that it had no jurisdiction over cases involving foreign companies' disputes. Expanding a city's jurisdiction allows it to incorporate surrounding areas into its governance. Conflicts of jurisdiction often arise when crimes are committed across multiple state borders. Legislation. A law or laws passed by a government. Passing new legislation involves rigorous debates and votes in both houses of the legislature. Drafting effective legislation requires input from experts, stakeholders, and the general public. The government introduced legislation to regulate the use of digital currencies within its borders. Ratification. Formal approval or confirmation. Rapid ratification of the agreement was seen as a positive step toward global cooperation. The Constitution mandates that all major treaties undergo ratification before becoming effective. The ratification process can be lengthy, involving careful review and negotiations between parties. Arbitration. Resolving disputes through a neutral party. Arbitration clauses are commonly included in contracts to ensure disputes are resolved fairly. Critics argue that mandatory arbitration can sometimes disadvantage one party in the dispute. Arbitration is often used to settle commercial disputes without the need for court intervention. Bipartisan. Supported by two political parties. Bipartisan efforts are often crucial for passing significant reforms that affect the entire nation. Achieving bipartisan cooperation can be challenging in a highly polarized political environment. Bipartisan agreements can foster stability and continuity, even when leadership changes hands. Lobbying. Influencing government decisions. Critics argue that excessive lobbying can lead to corruption and undue political influence. Lobbying efforts intensified as the vote on the new environmental legislation approached. Corporations often engage in lobbying to influence policy decisions that affect their industries. Advocacy. Support or promotion of a cause. Advocacy is not just about protesting, it involves education, dialogue, and policy development. The organization's advocacy efforts led to significant changes in how the issue was addressed. Advocacy for human rights remains a central issue in many international organizations' agendas. Diplomatic. Relating to foreign affairs or negotiation. The ambassador played a key role in facilitating diplomatic talks between the warring nations. Diplomatic immunity allows foreign diplomats to perform their duties without legal interference. The conference was a significant diplomatic effort to resolve disputes over territorial boundaries. Sanction. Give official permission or approval for an action. Sanctions can impact trade, financial transactions, and diplomatic relations between nations. Critics argue that sanctions often hurt ordinary people more than the intended political targets. The UN imposed economic sanctions in response to the ongoing humanitarian crisis in the region. Demagogue. A leader who manipulates emotions for power. A demagogue can destabilize a democracy by undermining trust in institutions and the media. His role as a demagogue led to widespread divisions and distrust among various social groups. The demagogue used fear and misinformation to gain support and consolidate political power. Referendum. Direct vote on a proposal or issue. The referendum result was surprising, as the majority of citizens voted against the new law. A referendum allows citizens to directly participate in important political and social decisions. A national referendum will determine if the country should move forward with the new proposal. Litigation. The process of taking legal action. Class action litigation allows individuals to collectively sue over shared grievances or damages. The company is currently involved in lengthy litigation over a patent dispute with a competitor. The litigation process is time-consuming and expensive, often leading to protracted legal conflicts. Jurisprudence. The theory or philosophy of law. Understanding jurisprudence is essential for lawyers to effectively interpret and apply the law. Jurisprudence evolves over time, as societal values and norms shape the interpretation of laws. The development of modern jurisprudence owes much to influential legal thinkers and theorists. Bureaucracy. Administrative system of government or organization. The bureaucratic system is known for its rigid hierarchy and reliance on detailed documentation. The bureaucracy hindered the process of implementing the new policy due to its slow procedures. Many citizens complain about the layers of bureaucracy involved in accessing government services. Constitution. Fundamental laws or principles governing a nation. The Constitution guarantees freedom of speech, which is a fundamental right for every citizen. Amendments to the Constitution must be approved by a supermajority in both legislative houses. Many nations have adopted a written constitution to clearly outline the structure of government. Sustainability. Meeting current needs without harming the future. Sustainability initiatives aim to create a world where both people and nature thrive together. We must prioritize sustainability to protect natural resources and reduce environmental harm. Green businesses focus on sustainability, ensuring minimal negative impact on the environment. Conservation. Prevention of wasteful use of a resource. Conservation efforts are critical in protecting endangered species and their natural habitats. The conservation of water resources is crucial for maintaining sustainable agricultural practices. Ecological conservation requires active participation from local communities to be truly effective. Deforestation. Clearing forests for other uses. Deforestation leads to habitat loss, threatening species, and disrupting ecological balance. The impact of deforestation is felt globally, affecting climate and biodiversity significantly. Deforestation contributes to increased greenhouse gases, exacerbating climate change effects. Desertification. Land becoming desert-like due to degradation. Desertification is a growing concern, impacting food security and water availability globally. Farmers must adapt their practices to prevent desertification in vulnerable regions effectively. Education and awareness can help communities understand and address desertification issues. Erosion. Gradual wearing away of soil or land. Erosion can lead to significant loss of topsoil, negatively affecting agricultural productivity. Natural erosion occurs due to weathering and water flow, reshaping landscapes over time. Implementing erosion control measures is essential for protecting vulnerable coastal areas. Greenhouse gases. Gases that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere. Greenhouse gases trap heat in the atmosphere, contributing to global warming significantly. Awareness of greenhouse gases is crucial for encouraging sustainable practices globally. Transitioning to renewable energy sources can help lower greenhouse gas emissions effectively. Climate change. Long-term changes in weather patterns. Rising temperatures due to climate change lead to extreme weather patterns and flooding. Climate change awareness is critical for mobilizing collective action to protect the environment. Human activities, particularly the burning of fossil fuels, drive the acceleration of climate change. Biodiversity. Variety of life in a particular habitat or on Earth. Sustainable farming practices can help protect biodiversity by maintaining healthy ecosystems. Habitat destruction threatens biodiversity, leading to the extinction of numerous species globally. Researchers study biodiversity to understand how ecosystems function and how to protect them. Renewable energy. Energy from sources that are naturally replenished. Renewable energy sources like solar and wind power are key to reducing carbon emissions. The shift toward renewable energy creates job opportunities and supports economic growth. Solar and wind power are popular sources of renewable energy that reduce carbon emissions. Carbon footprint. Carbon dioxide emissions caused by a person. Reducing your carbon footprint can contribute to a healthier planet for future generations. Individuals can lower their carbon footprint by using public transport and conserving energy. Educating communities about reducing their carbon footprint fosters a culture of sustainability. Ecosystem. Living organisms interact with their environment. Healthy ecosystems provide essential services, including clean air, water, and food sources. Protecting ecosystems helps maintain biodiversity and supports the survival of various species. Ecosystem restoration projects aim to revive degraded habitats and promote ecological balance. Biodegradable. Capable of being broken down by microorganisms. Many companies are producing biodegradable packaging to lessen environmental impact. Using biodegradable products is a simple way to support sustainability and eco-friendliness. Composting biodegradable waste can enrich soil and promote healthy plant growth over time. Habitat. The natural environment where an organism lives. Protecting natural habitats is essential for preserving wildlife and maintaining biodiversity. Understanding habitat requirements helps in developing effective conservation strategies. Restoration projects aim to rebuild degraded habitats and support local ecosystems effectively. Ecological footprint. The impact of human activity on the environment. An ecological footprint measures the environmental impact of individual lifestyle choices. Awareness of your ecological footprint encourages more responsible consumption patterns. Tracking ecological footprints helps organizations identify areas for improvement and action. Waste management. The collection, disposal, and recycling of waste. Recycling programs are a vital part of sustainable waste management practices today. Education on waste management promotes responsible disposal and recycling behaviors. Communities are implementing waste management strategies to reduce landfill dependence. Reforestation. Planting trees to restore a forest. Communities are organizing reforestation efforts to rebuild local ecosystems and habitats. Education about the benefits of reforestation can inspire greater community involvement. Global reforestation efforts are essential in mitigating climate change and restoring soil health. Endangered species. Any species that is at risk of extinction. Protecting endangered species is essential for maintaining global biodiversity and ecosystems. Habitat destruction is the leading cause of the rapid decline in endangered species populations. Educating the public about endangered species helps increase support for conservation efforts. Natural resources. Materials from the earth used by humans. Overuse of natural resources like water and minerals can lead to environmental depletion. Conservation efforts are vital to manage and preserve natural resources for long-term use. Renewable natural resources, like solar energy, are vital for reducing dependence on fossil fuels. Recycling. Reprocessing materials to make new products. Recycling helps reduce waste, conserve natural resources, and reduce energy consumption. Educating individuals about recycling helps increase participation and reduces landfill waste. Recycling programs should be expanded to ensure more materials are diverted from landfills. Algorithm. A step-by-step problem-solving process. Using a complex algorithm, the software adjusts prices based on supply and demand. Algorithms help personalize social media feeds based on user preferences and behaviors. Advanced algorithms can detect potential fraud in financial transactions within milliseconds. Automation. Using technology to perform tasks without humans. Automation in customer service handles routine inquiries, freeing agents for complex issues. Robotic automation minimizes repetitive tasks, letting employees focus on strategic initiatives. Automation enhances quality control in production, ensuring consistent output across batches. Cybersecurity. Protection of systems from digital threats. Effective cybersecurity policies help maintain trust by securing sensitive information online. Strong cybersecurity measures prevent unauthorized access to personal and corporate data. Cybersecurity threats evolve constantly, requiring updated strategies to mitigate potential risks. Blockchain. A secure, decentralized digital ledger for transactions. With blockchain, transactions are encrypted, decentralized, and visible across the network. Many sectors adopt blockchain for enhanced security and decentralized data management. Blockchain creates transparency in voting systems, reducing fraud and increasing public trust. Augmented reality. Digital content overlaid onto the real world. Museums use augmented reality for immersive, educational exhibits that engage visitors. Augmented reality transforms gaming, merging digital elements with physical environments. Augmented reality overlays digital information on real-world views for interactive experiences. Encryption. Encoding data to protect it from unauthorized access. Modern encryption methods are essential for keeping online transactions safe from hackers. Cloud computing provides scalable storage solutions, accommodating fluctuating data needs. Without proper encryption, personal details shared online can be easily intercepted and misused. Biotechnology. Using biological systems for practical applications. With biotechnology, scientists can modify organisms for specific traits, advancing agriculture. Nanotechnology has revolutionized materials science by creating stronger and lighter materials. Biotechnology companies are at the forefront of research in genetic engineering and gene therapy. Nanotechnology. Science of manipulating matter at the molecular level. Nanotechnology allows for the manipulation of materials at the atomic and molecular levels. Medical nanotechnology enables targeted drug delivery, minimizing side effects in treatments. Nanotechnology enhances product durability, making materials stronger and more lightweight. Virtual reality. A computer-generated simulation of a 3D environment. With virtual reality, gamers can experience an entirely new level of interactive entertainment. Virtual reality is increasingly used in education to simulate real-life scenarios and experiments. Virtual reality technology is evolving rapidly, offering more realistic and interactive experiences. Entrepreneurship. The process of starting your own business. Networking is crucial for entrepreneurship, helping to build valuable business relationships. The study of entrepreneurship helps develop critical thinking and business management skills. Entrepreneurship encourages risk-taking, innovation, and the creation of new business ventures. Stakeholder. A person or group involved in a business or project. Understanding stakeholder perspectives is crucial for effective decision-making processes. Companies must communicate regularly with stakeholders to build trust and transparency. Regular communication with stakeholders fosters collaboration and enhances project outcomes. Benchmarking. Process of measuring business performance. Enterprises often benchmark processes to enhance efficiency and reduce operational costs. Benchmarking helps organizations evaluate their performance against industry best practices. Effective benchmarking guides decision-making by highlighting gaps in performance or processes. Product life cycle. Product goes through from creation to decline. Successful businesses closely monitor their product life cycle to optimize resource allocation. Understanding the product life cycle helps businesses make strategic decisions for each phase. Effective management of the product life cycle maximizes profitability at each development stage. Logistics. Managing the movement of goods or services. Global supply chain disruptions have highlighted the importance of robust logistics planning. Logistics costs impact a company's overall profitability, making efficiency essential for growth. Advanced technology in logistics helps track shipments and manage inventory more effectively. Business ethics. Rules for what is right or wrong in business. Business ethics guide decision-making, ensuring actions align with social and moral standards. Effective leaders promote business ethics to create a supportive, respectful workplace culture. Companies with strong business ethics often enjoy loyal customers and positive brand perception. Leadership. The ability to guide and inspire a team. Effective leadership inspires teams to exceed expectations and embrace organizational goals. Strong leadership skills are essential for navigating complex challenges in competitive markets. Leadership requires clear communication, empathy, and a vision to guide the company forward. Strategic planning. Making long-term plans to achieve business goals. Informed strategic planning ensures resources are invested in high-impact areas for growth. Strategic planning is crucial for maintaining focus and tracking progress toward company goals. Through strategic planning, companies anticipate changes and adapt to evolving market trends. Market segmentation. Dividing customers into groups based on their needs. By employing market segmentation, companies can offer personalized products and services. Effective market segmentation identifies key customer needs, boosting engagement and sales. Market segmentation enables businesses to tailor marketing efforts for specific customer groups. Outsourcing. Hiring another company to do tasks for your business. Outsourcing allows firms to streamline operations and respond quickly to market demands. Outsourcing non-core tasks helps companies focus on key strengths and boost productivity. Effective outsourcing partnerships enhance efficiency and drive innovation in service delivery. Syntax. Rules of putting words together to make sentences. The study of syntax helps linguists understand sentence structure across different languages. In computational linguistics, syntax plays a key role in natural language processing algorithms. Analyzing syntax can reveal deeper insights into the cognitive processes involved in language. Semantics. The study of meaning in words and sentences. Semantics studies the meaning of words and how they influence communication effectively. In linguistics, semantics helps us understand word meanings and their contextual significance. Children learn semantics gradually as they expand their vocabulary and comprehension skills. Phonology. The study of sound patterns in a language. Linguists analyze phonology to study sound patterns and their organization in language. Phonology examines how sounds function within particular languages and dialects effectively. Understanding phonology is essential for learning to pronounce words correctly in languages. Morphology. The study of how words are formed. Inflectional and derivational morphology are essential concepts in linguistic studies today. Morphological analysis reveals how languages differ in word formation and grammar rules. Morphology studies the structure of words and their meaningful components systematically. Discourse. Language use in longer texts or conversations. Understanding discourse helps identify how context influences meaning in communication. Academic discourse varies significantly from casual conversation in vocabulary and structure. Discourse can reveal social dynamics and power relations between speakers in conversations. Sociolinguistics. The study of how language is used in society. Sociolinguistics examines how language varies across social groups and contexts effectively. The study of sociolinguistics reveals how identity influences language use and perception. Sociolinguists analyze language attitudes to understand their impact on social interactions. Dialect. A regional or social variety of a language. Understanding dialects is crucial for effective communication in linguistically diverse areas. The study of dialects helps linguists understand language evolution and regional differences. Learning a local dialect can help travelers better understand a foreign culture and community. Phonetics. The study of the physical sounds of speech. Phonetic transcriptions represent spoken language sounds using specific symbols for clarity. Phonetics categorizes sounds based on articulation, acoustics, and auditory perception features. Understanding phonetics aids language learners in mastering pronunciation and sound production. Etymology. The origin and development of words. Etymology traces the history and origin of words, revealing their fascinating transformations. Etymology often uncovers surprising facts about how languages influence one another over time. Studying etymology reveals connections between languages and the cultural contexts they reflect. Lexicography. The process of writing and making dictionaries. The field of lexicography focuses on documenting and preserving the evolution of languages. Lexicography helps linguists understand the usage, etymology, and nuances of words over time. Lexicographers analyze language trends to ensure dictionaries remain relevant and informative. Acerbic. Sharp and harsh in tone or taste. His acerbic comments during the meeting made everyone feel uncomfortable and tense. The professor's acerbic tone often made students hesitate to ask questions during his lectures. An acerbic conversation quickly escalated into an argument, leaving everyone uneasy and tense. Apathetic. Showing no interest or enthusiasm. The team's apathetic attitude toward the project resulted in poor results and missed deadlines. His apathetic behavior during the crisis shocked his friends, who expected him to act differently. She seemed completely apathetic about the outcome, showing no emotion or interest whatsoever. Capricious. Changing mood or behavior unpredictably. His capricious nature often led to sudden decisions, leaving others unsure of his intentions. The capricious changes in his behavior kept his friends on edge, never knowing what to expect. The company's capricious policies left employees confused and frustrated about their job security. Colloquial. Informal, everyday language or expressions. The colloquial terms in his speech made it feel more relaxed and accessible to the audience. She used a colloquial expression that was easily understood by everyone at the dinner table. His colloquial speech added charm to the conversation, making it more informal and enjoyable. Condemnatory. Strongly disapproving or critical. Her condemnatory tone suggested she had already made up her mind about the situation. He gave a condemnatory speech, denouncing the actions of those responsible for the scandal. The condemnatory letter from the board left no doubt about the consequences of their actions. Derogatory. Showing disrespect or criticism. The manager's derogatory remarks about the staff were unprofessional and hurt morale. Derogatory language can harm relationships, especially when used carelessly or maliciously. His derogatory language during the debate was widely criticized by both sides of the argument. Dramatic. Full of excitement, exaggeration, or emotion. The dramatic increase in sales surprised everyone, exceeding all projections by a large margin. The dramatic change in weather caught everyone off guard, leading to unexpected disruptions. Her dramatic performance in the play earned her rave reviews from critics and audiences alike. Eloquent. Expressing ideas beautifully and clearly. The politician's eloquent words resonated with voters, earning him their trust and support. She was an eloquent speaker, able to express complex ideas in a way anyone could understand. The professor's eloquent explanation helped the students grasp even the most difficult concepts. Exuberant. Full of energy, excitement, and cheerfulness. The exuberant flowers in the garden added a burst of color to the otherwise dull yard. Her exuberant personality made her the life of the party, always bringing energy and joy. The exuberant crowd cheered wildly as the team scored the winning goal in the final minutes. Fanciful. Not based on fact, dubious or imaginary. His fanciful thoughts about the future often made it difficult for others to take him seriously. She wore a fanciful dress that seemed to float in the wind, turning heads wherever she went. The story was filled with fanciful adventures, featuring dragons, wizards, and magical kingdoms. Insipid. Lacking flavor, excitement, or interest. The movie's insipid plot failed to engage the audience, leaving them bored and uninterested. The insipid speech lacked passion, leaving the audience struggling to stay awake and attentive. She found the dinner conversation insipid, wishing they could discuss something more exciting. Laudatory. Expresses praise or admiration for someone. The film received a laudatory response from critics, earning multiple nominations for awards. The laudatory tribute to the retiring professor acknowledged his contributions to the university. His laudatory remarks about the team's efforts were well-deserved, recognizing their commitment. Lofty. High in ideals or status, sometimes arrogant. The lofty mountains loomed in the distance, creating a stunning backdrop to the village. His lofty promises during the campaign raised expectations that he struggled to meet later. The lofty aspirations of the young artist were realized through years of dedication and effort. Poignant. Deeply moving or emotionally touching. The poignant moment of silence at the ceremony honored the lives of those we had lost. The movie had a poignant ending, leaving the audience reflecting on its powerful message. The poignant farewell letter left everyone teary-eyed, as it spoke of deep emotion and love. Skeptical. Doubting that something is true or useful. The public was skeptical of the politicians' promises, having heard similar statements before. The skeptics in the group doubted the success of the new policy, fearing unforeseen obstacles. She remained skeptical about the project's success, doubting the viability of the proposed plan. Nostalgic. Feeling a longing for the past. The old photographs gave her a nostalgic feeling, reminding her of her childhood years. His nostalgic remarks about the past made everyone reflect on how much had changed. The vintage postcards sparked nostalgic memories of family vacations and simpler times. Ominous. Giving a sense that something bad will happen. The ominous silence in the room indicated that something unpleasant was about to occur. The dark clouds and strong wind created an ominous atmosphere just before the storm hit. The ominous sound of footsteps behind them made them quicken their pace down the alley. Sanguine. Hopeful even in difficult situations. The sanguine forecast predicted a bright future for the company despite the recent setbacks. The team felt sanguine about their chances of winning after a strong performance in practice. She remained sanguine throughout the meeting, convinced that they would find a solution soon. Seductive. Attractive in a way that draws attention. His seductive voice drew her in, making her feel both intrigued and enchanted by him. The seductive aroma of freshly baked bread filled the kitchen, making it impossible to resist. The seductive allure of the beach at sunset made it the perfect spot for a romantic getaway. Vibrant. Full of life, energy, or color. His vibrant storytelling captured the audience's attention, making the event unforgettable. The vibrant music filled the room, creating an electric atmosphere that got everyone dancing. The vibrant flowers in the garden bloomed in every color imaginable, creating a stunning display. Human rights. Basic rights that everyone should have. Human rights are essential for ensuring dignity and freedom for every individual worldwide. Governments must uphold human rights standards to foster trust and accountability in society. Activists advocate for human rights, fighting against oppression and discrimination everywhere. Inequality. Unfair differences in wealth or opportunity. Reducing inequality is essential for achieving sustainable development and social stability. Social inequality manifests in various forms, impacting individuals' quality of life significantly. Global efforts aim to address inequality through policies promoting fair resource distribution. Urbanization. Growth of cities as people move from rural areas. Many people migrate to cities, contributing to rapid urbanization and population growth. Effective urban planning is essential for managing the impacts of urbanization on communities. Communities must adapt to urbanization by fostering inclusivity and promoting social cohesion. Xenophobia. Fear or dislike of people from other countries. Xenophobia often stems from fear and misunderstanding of different cultures and peoples. Many countries have laws against xenophobia to protect marginalized and vulnerable groups. Media representation plays a significant role in shaping perceptions and combating xenophobia. Refugee. A person forced to flee their own country. International organizations are working together to improve the living conditions of refugees. Thousands of refugees arrived at the border, hoping for asylum and protection from violence. Many refugees face numerous challenges as they integrate into host countries and communities. Migration. Moving from one place to another, often for work. Migration for work is common, as people search for better economic opportunities elsewhere. Migration patterns have shifted due to climate change, affecting many vulnerable populations. Urban migration has led to overcrowded cities, putting pressure on infrastructure and resources. Racism. Prejudice or discrimination based on race. Racism in schools can lead to long-term emotional and psychological consequences for children. Racism undermines social cohesion and leads to significant harm within communities everywhere. The fight against racism requires persistent efforts to challenge prejudiced attitudes and behaviors. Discrimination. Treating someone unfairly based on race or gender. Policies promoting equality aim to eradicate discrimination and ensure fair treatment for all. Raising awareness about discrimination helps foster understanding and promote social justice. Discrimination in the workplace can severely hinder employee morale and productivity levels. Terrorism. Using violence to create fear for political goals. Terrorism threatens global security and undermines the safety of communities everywhere. Communities must remain vigilant to prevent the spread of extremist ideologies and terrorism. Governments often face challenges in balancing security measures and protecting civil liberties. Gender equality. Equal rights and opportunities for all genders. Education is a powerful tool for advancing gender equality and empowering women globally. Organizations are working diligently to promote gender equality in various sectors of society. Achieving gender equality benefits everyone by fostering diverse and inclusive environments. Colonialism. Controlling another country for resources. Post-colonial studies explore the effects of colonialism on identity and cultural heritage. Colonialism has left lasting impacts on cultures, economies, and societies worldwide today. Understanding the history of colonialism is crucial for addressing current inequalities globally. Peacekeeping. Maintaining peace often by international forces. International organizations coordinate peacekeeping efforts to protect civilians during conflicts. Training and resources are essential for enhancing the effectiveness of peacekeeping operations. Successful peacekeeping efforts can lead to sustainable development and reconciliation in societies. Globalization. Growing interconnection of nations and economies. Globalization has transformed economies by facilitating trade and cross-border interactions. Globalization has led to the exchange of ideas, enriching cultures, and fostering understanding. Technological advancements drive globalization, connecting people and markets like never before. Corruption. Abuse of entrusted power for private gain. Corruption undermines trust in institutions and hampers economic development and progress. Efforts to combat corruption require transparency, accountability, and robust legal frameworks. Education about the impacts of corruption helps raise awareness and promote ethical behavior. Human trafficking. Forcing people into exploitation, like slavery. Victims of human trafficking often face exploitation and abuse in various forms and settings. Survivors of human trafficking need support services to heal and rebuild their lives successfully. Strong legal frameworks are necessary to prosecute traffickers and protect vulnerable populations. Abstraction. A concept that focuses on the main point. The discussion moved from concrete examples to a higher level of abstraction and theory. Abstraction in design can evoke different interpretations based on the viewer's perspective. Mathematical abstraction helps in creating models that apply to various real-world scenarios. Ambiguity. Unclear or open to multiple interpretations. The movie's ending was filled with ambiguity, leaving its meaning open to interpretation. Ambiguity in communication can lead to misunderstandings and unintended consequences. The ambiguity of the instructions caused confusion among the participants during the event. Connotation. The implied or associated meaning of a word. Words can have a positive or negative connotation depending on their usage and context. The connotation of cheap can be both affordability or poor quality, depending on context. Connotation plays a crucial role in shaping how language influences perception and emotions. Correlation. A relationship or connection between two things. The study revealed no clear correlation between caffeine consumption and sleep quality. The correlation between diet and health outcomes has been widely studied in recent years. A correlation was observed between rising temperatures and increased frequency of wildfires. Dichotomy. A division into two contrasting or opposite groups. The dichotomy between good and evil is a recurring theme in many mythological stories. His argument created a false dichotomy, oversimplifying a complex issue into two extremes. A cultural dichotomy exists between rural and urban lifestyles, reflecting different priorities. Discrepancy. Inconsistency between things that should match. She couldn't explain the discrepancy between her grades and her actual performance in class. The investigation focused on the financial discrepancy found in the company's annual report. The discrepancy between the two reports raised concerns about data accuracy and reliability. Equilibrium. A state of intellectual or emotional balance. Ecosystems maintain equilibrium through the balance of predator and prey populations. The market seeks an equilibrium where supply matches demand at an optimal price point. Achieving equilibrium between work and personal life requires conscious effort and discipline. Fluctuation. Continuous change or variation. Temperature fluctuations can have a significant impact on the growth of agricultural crops. The fluctuation of currency values can create challenges for international business transactions. Climate scientists study long-term fluctuations in weather patterns to understand global warming. Hypothesis. An educated guess or explanation to be tested. A strong hypothesis is essential for guiding research and formulating testable predictions. The scientist proposed a new hypothesis to explain the unexpected results of the experiment. His hypothesis about social behavior was proven wrong after conducting further experiments. Paradigm. A model or pattern used as an example. The invention of the Internet marked a paradigm shift in how people access information. The paradigm of consumerism has influenced how modern societies view wealth and success. The company's new management system represented a paradigm shift in business operations. Phenomenon. An extraordinary occurrence or circumstance. The phenomenon of viral videos has transformed the way content is consumed online. The Northern Lights are a natural phenomenon that attracts tourists from around the world. Climate change is a global phenomenon with wide-ranging environmental and societal impacts. Premise. A basic idea that forms the basis of an argument. The premise of the argument was based on flawed assumptions and incorrect data analysis. The book's premise explored the idea of artificial intelligence surpassing human capabilities. The premise of the movie centered around a scientist discovering time travel's consequences. Rationale. The reasoning or explanation behind something. The rationale for his decision was based on long-term benefits rather than short-term gains. Understanding the rationale behind historical events helps in analyzing their lasting effects. The team discussed the rationale behind the new marketing strategy during the presentation. Synthesis. Combining different parts into a unified whole. The synthesis of various concepts led to a groundbreaking solution in environmental science. The synthesis of traditional knowledge and modern technology created innovative solutions. The team's synthesis of the project's goals helped streamline the overall production process. Variable. Something that can change or vary. In math, a variable represents an unknown quantity that can change within an equation. In scientific experiments, the independent variable is the factor that is intentionally changed. The weather is a highly unpredictable variable that affects outdoor activities and travel plans. Anomaly. Something unusual or unexpected. The anomaly in the system's behavior required an immediate investigation from the team. Researchers noted an anomaly in the results, leading to further investigations into the theory. Anomalies in the data often signal the need for a deeper understanding of the phenomenon. Convergence. The process of coming together. The convergence of ideas from different fields often leads to innovative breakthroughs. Economic convergence between nations can reduce disparities in wealth and development. The convergence of digital and physical retail spaces has transformed the shopping experience. Thesis. A central idea that is argued or proven. Her thesis focused on the economic impact of renewable energy in developing countries. A strong thesis is essential for guiding the reader through complex academic arguments. Completing his thesis on climate change took several months of dedicated study and writing. Divergence. The process of moving apart or becoming different. The divergence in their opinions on politics caused frequent debates during family gatherings. There's a growing divergence between urban and rural voting patterns in the upcoming election. This divergence in species traits highlights evolutionary changes driven by environmental pressures. Robust. Strong and effective in all conditions. The robustness of the model was tested by subjecting it to different real-world conditions. The robust methodology employed in the study helped confirm the validity of the findings. They required robust evidence to support their claims during the controversial public debate. Transparent. Clear and easy to understand. She appreciated the transparent communication style used during the project's planning phase. He believed in transparent relationships, where honesty and openness are prioritized above all. The company's transparent policies help build trust among its employees and customers alike. Intricate. Complex and have many elements. The intricate design of the cathedral featured numerous details that amazed every visitor. The story was intricate, filled with twists and characters that challenged reader expectations. His intricate explanations made complex theories easier to understand for everyone present. Coherent. Logical and well-organized. A coherent vision for the future is crucial for guiding the organization's strategic planning. The teacher encouraged students to write coherent essays that clearly conveyed their ideas. The team's coherent strategy led to successful project completion within the given time frame. Plausible. Reasonable and likely to be true. The author created a plausible world that drew readers into the captivating fantasy story. The scientist proposed a plausible theory to explain the recent unexpected findings in research. The detective considered some plausible scenarios before making any conclusions about the case. Tangible. Something that can be touched or felt. The charity's tangible results were evident in the lives changed by their outreach programs. He needed tangible evidence to support his claims before moving forward with the proposal. The team celebrated the tangible success of their marketing campaign with a team gathering. Exponential. Growing or increasing very rapidly. Researchers noted exponential changes in the effectiveness of treatments over the past decade. Exponential growth in online education platforms has made learning more accessible worldwide. The exponential growth of data in recent years has transformed research methods and outcomes. Pivotal. Extremely important or central to something. The discovery of DNA structure was a pivotal moment in the history of genetics research. Pivotal studies in quantum mechanics laid the foundation for advancements in modern physics. The introduction of peer review became a pivotal aspect of scientific publishing and credibility. Prevalent. Existing very commonly or happening often. Obesity has become prevalent in many countries, posing significant health risks to populations. Mental health awareness is prevalent today, encouraging individuals to seek help and support. The prevalent issue of misinformation has become a major concern in today's digital landscape. Disparate. Utterly different or distinct in kind. The organization works to address the needs of disparate populations affected by the crisis. Disparate treatment of employees can lead to dissatisfaction and a decline in workplace morale. The conference brought together disparate voices to discuss important global issues and solutions. Paramount. More important than anything else. In academic writing, clear argumentation is paramount to convey research findings effectively. Ensuring student safety is paramount in creating a conducive learning environment for education. Ensuring academic integrity is of paramount importance in all research and scholarship activities. Sustainable. Able to be maintained or continued over time. We must invest in sustainable practices to protect our environment for future generations. The company focuses on sustainable energy sources to reduce its carbon footprint significantly. Sustainable farming techniques can help preserve the ecosystem while producing food efficiently. Feasible. Possible and practical to do. After thorough analysis, the team concluded that the project was feasible within the budget. The architects determined that building a green roof was feasible for the new office complex. Their research indicated that a sustainable energy source is feasible for our community's needs. Innovative. New, creative, and advanced. He received an award for his innovative work in renewable energy and sustainable practices. The company's innovative approach led to a groundbreaking product that disrupted the market. Her innovative ideas transformed the outdated system into a more efficient process for everyone. Intrinsic. Naturally a part of something, inherent. She believed that intrinsic motivation was more effective than external rewards for learning. The intrinsic qualities of the leader inspire trust and loyalty among team members consistently. The team's intrinsic desire for success drove them to overcome obstacles and achieve their goals. Ambivalent. Conflicting feelings about something. She expressed ambivalent opinions on the new policy, recognizing both its merits and flaws. Her ambivalent feelings toward the project created tension among the team members involved. The ambivalent response from the community reflected varying opinions on the proposed changes. Elusive. Difficult to find, catch, or understand. The concept of happiness can be elusive, often varying from person to person significantly. The artist's elusive style challenges viewers to interpret meaning beyond the surface level. Finding a solution to the problem proved elusive despite numerous attempts and discussions. Imperative. Very important and necessary. The report highlighted the imperative need for improved safety regulations in the workplace. The organization recognized it was imperative to adapt quickly to changing market conditions. It is imperative to create a supportive environment for students to thrive academically and socially. Prolific. Producing a lot of something, often creatively. His prolific output of creative works earned him recognition in the art community quickly. The prolific author published several novels within a single year, captivating readers everywhere. The prolific scientist contributed significantly to multiple fields of research throughout her career. Cognition. Mental processes like thinking and learning. Researchers study cognition to understand how we learn, remember, and think effectively. Our ability to solve problems relies heavily on advanced cognition and critical thinking skills. Stress negatively impacts cognition, making it difficult to concentrate and process information. Behaviorism. The study of behavior focuses on observable actions. Behaviorism can effectively modify actions through reinforcement and punishment strategies. Behaviorism emphasizes observable behaviors over internal mental states in psychological study. Behaviorism laid the foundation for modern psychological treatments and educational practices. Perception. How someone sees or understands something. Many factors influence perception, including emotions, past experiences, and societal norms. Perception shapes how we interpret sensory information and understand the world around us. Cultural differences can influence perception, affecting how individuals view various situations. Heuristics. Quick methods or rules for problem solving. The availability heuristic affects our perceptions of frequency based on recent experiences. Heuristics can be helpful, but they sometimes overlook important information and nuances. Heuristics are mental shortcuts that simplify decision-making and problem-solving processes. Motivation. The reason or drive behind someone's actions. Extrinsic motivation often drives people to pursue rewards and recognition from others. Support from friends and family can enhance motivation and boost self-confidence greatly. Understanding what drives motivation can help improve personal productivity and satisfaction. Neuroplasticity. The brain's ability to change and adapt. Neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to adapt and reorganize itself throughout life. Engaging in mentally stimulating activities promotes neuroplasticity and cognitive health. Research on neuroplasticity reveals how experiences shape brain structure and function. Empathy. Understand and share someone else's feelings. Empathy allows individuals to connect with others by understanding their feelings deeply. Developing empathy in children promotes kindness and social awareness in their interactions. Empathy encourages pro-social behavior, leading to positive community and societal impacts. Intelligence. The ability to think, learn, and solve problems. Assessing intelligence often includes standardized tests that measure diverse cognitive skills. Intelligence encompasses a range of cognitive abilities, including problem-solving and reasoning. Emotional intelligence is crucial for effective communication and relationship management skills. Social influence. How people affect each other's thoughts. Social influence shapes individual behaviors based on the norms and expectations of groups. Peer pressure is a powerful example of social influence among adolescents and young adults. Understanding social influence is essential for effective leadership and communication strategies. Psychosocial. How social factors and psychology interact. Addressing psychosocial issues can improve overall quality of life and personal satisfaction. Psychosocial factors significantly affect mental health and emotional well-being in individuals. Researchers examined psychosocial impacts on behavior in various cultural contexts and settings. Cognitive bias. Errors in thinking that affect judgments. Confirmation bias is a common cognitive bias that reinforces existing beliefs and attitudes. Cognitive bias can significantly impact judgments in both personal and professional contexts. Cognitive bias often leads to errors in reasoning and flawed conclusions in decision-making. Mindfulness. Being fully aware and present in the moment. Mindfulness encourages individuals to observe their thoughts without judgment or reactivity. Mindfulness meditation is an effective technique for fostering emotional well-being and focus. Studies show that mindfulness can improve concentration and reduce anxiety levels significantly. Resilience. The ability to recover from difficulties. Resilience can be cultivated through practice, experience, and a supportive environment. Building resilience involves developing coping strategies and maintaining a positive outlook. Emotional support enhances resilience during times of stress and uncertainty significantly. Intuition. Knowing something intuitively without reasoning. Intuition often guides decision-making when time is limited and information is scarce. Trusting one's intuition often stems from past experiences and learned patterns of behavior. Developing intuition requires a balance of analytical thinking and instinctive understanding. Allegory. A work that conveys a hidden meaning. In his book, The Forest represents an allegory of innocence lost to industrialization and greed. Through an allegory of a barren land, the poet critiques society's moral and spiritual emptiness. The novel's story about animals is actually an allegory for political regimes and power dynamics. Allusion. An indirect reference to something well known. The poem makes a subtle allusion to ancient mythology, hinting at hidden depths of meaning. The film's title is an allusion to the famous historical event, symbolizing resilience in adversity. Her description of the storm was an allusion to chaos in Greek mythology, particularly to Typhon. Antithesis. Opposite ideas placed together for contrast. The politician's hopeful promises form an antithesis to the grim realities facing the community. His calm demeanor was an antithesis to the high-stakes, chaotic environment of the newsroom. In the novel, loyalty serves as an antithesis to betrayal, highlighting the complexities of friendship. Characterization. How an author reveals a character's personality. In the play, the characterization of the hero's flaws makes him more sympathetic and human. The novel's characterization of the supporting characters brought depth to the entire storyline. The author's use of vivid characterization made the characters feel incredibly real and relatable. Satire. Criticizing people or ideas in a humorous way. The novel is a satire of society's obsession with fame and superficial social media validation. Her play, full of sharp satire, reveals the ridiculousness of corporate greed and blind ambition. His cartoon is a clever satire exposing political corruption and hypocrisy in government policies. Foreshadowing. Hints about future events in a story. Her ominous silence was a subtle foreshadowing of the shocking news she was about to reveal. The ominous music served as foreshadowing, hinting that something bad was about to happen. Foreshadowing in the dialogue cleverly prepares the audience for the shocking conclusion later. Hyperbole. Extreme exaggeration for emphasis. Saying the mountain was taller than the sky was just hyperbole to express its massive size. The athlete's performance was so incredible it seemed to defy the limits of human capability. The book's hyperbole about the character's achievements made him appear almost superhuman. Irony. A contrast between what is expected and happens. It was ironic how the chef who despised vegetables ended up opening a vegan restaurant. He laughed at the irony of getting a parking ticket while attending a lecture on urban policy. The irony of complaining about rudeness while being rude himself was completely lost on him. Metaphor. An expression that describes a person or object. Her mind is a labyrinth, filled with winding corridors and countless doors leading to ideas. Life is a journey, an endless road with unexpected turns and hidden paths waiting to be found. The metaphor of a stormy sea in his writing represents the emotional turmoil he experiences. Symbolism. Using symbols to represent ideas or concepts. Her blue dress in the scene is symbolism of tranquility and calm amidst the surrounding chaos. The play's use of a shadow represents symbolism for the darker aspects of the protagonist's life. The white dove in the story symbolizes peace, representing the character's inner transformation. Protagonist. The main character of a story. The protagonist's journey of self-discovery forms the emotional core of the entire narrative. In the novel, the protagonist is torn between loyalty to family and desire for personal freedom. Through various trials, the protagonist learns valuable life lessons and transforms along the way. Archetype. A typical example of a character or idea. His role as the outsider archetype makes him a relatable character for anyone feeling isolated. The villain archetype in the story embodies greed and the consequences of unchecked ambition. The rebellious archetype challenges norms and inspires others to question societal expectations. Juxtaposition. Placing two things side by side for comparison. The film's juxtaposition of light and dark scenes symbolizes the protagonist's inner turmoil. The artist's juxtaposition of calm seas and stormy skies conveys a sense of impending conflict. The director uses the juxtaposition of silence and loud noise to heighten suspense in critical scenes. Paradox. A logically self-contradictory statement. The saying, "less is more," is a paradox that challenges our understanding of quantity and value. The concept of freedom through discipline is a paradox that challenges conventional thinking. The statement, "less is more," is a paradox, suggesting simplicity enhances the overall experience. Diction. Word choice in writing or speech. The author's diction, filled with scientific terms, reflects the protagonist's analytical mindset. His diction, characterized by formal vocabulary, gives the speech a tone of authority and respect. The speaker's diction was precise and powerful, ensuring every word resonated with the audience. Pathos. Appeal to emotion in persuasion. Pathos in the advertisement made viewers feel sympathy for the plight of struggling families. His use of pathos in the story brings out compassion, drawing readers closer to the characters. The film's scenes of hardship are designed to evoke pathos and create empathy for the characters. Catharsis. Emotional release after a build-up in drama. Writing poetry became her form of catharsis, helping her process and release complex feelings. Music has the power to create catharsis, allowing listeners to express and release their emotions. Through catharsis, the film's ending allows characters and viewers to confront their deepest fears. Mechanism. A system that makes something work. The defense mechanism of the plant involves releasing toxins when threatened by insects. Scientists studied the mechanism behind the sudden release of energy during volcanic eruptions. A complex mechanism regulates the immune system's response to pathogens in the human body. Facilitation. Making a process easier or smoother. The team worked on the facilitation of the new software training program for new employees. The facilitation of online classes helped students continue their education during the pandemic. Facilitating group discussions led to clearer understanding and quicker problem-solving outcomes. Acceleration. Increase in speed or progress. They measured the acceleration of the falling object to determine its gravitational force. The car's acceleration increased dramatically after tuning the engine for higher performance. The acceleration of industrial production has significantly increased the demand for raw materials. Incubation. A period of growth before something is ready. The company's incubation program helps startups grow by providing mentorship and funding. During the incubation phase, bacteria multiply rapidly under optimal environmental conditions. Prolonged incubation of ideas allows them to mature into well-developed concepts or innovations. Diffusion. Spreading of something over a wide area. Scientists study diffusion to understand how particles move in fluids and across membranes. The diffusion of pollutants into the air has become a major environmental concern worldwide. Social media platforms have accelerated the diffusion of information across global communities. Optimization. Making something as effective as possible. The optimization of inventory management allowed the company to reduce excess stock costs. The optimization of production processes led to significant cost reductions and efficiency gains. Optimization of supply chain logistics minimized delays and increased operational effectiveness. Reproduction. Creating new life or copies of something. The scientist observed the reproduction process of cells to study how they divide and grow. Advances in biotechnology have made human reproductive cloning a topic of ethical debate. Advances in biotechnology have expanded the possibilities for assisted reproduction in humans. Replication. Making an exact copy or repeating a process. Software replication allows for multiple copies of data to be stored for security purposes. The replication of the study's results confirmed the initial findings and reinforced their validity. In biology, DNA replication is essential for the transmission of genetic information to offspring. Quantification. Expressing something in numbers. Economists rely on the quantification of data to make informed decisions about policy. Accurate quantification of results is vital to ensure the experiment's findings are reliable. Advanced tools allow for the precise quantification of small particles in chemical reactions. Simulation. A model or imitation of a process. Scientists used computer simulation to predict the effects of climate change over decades. Virtual reality simulation offers a highly immersive learning experience for medical students. The simulation of natural disasters helps cities prepare for emergency response and recovery. Validation. The act of proving that something is true. Data validation is essential for maintaining accuracy and reliability in statistical analysis. The scientist conducted a series of tests to ensure the validation of the research hypothesis. The software underwent thorough validation to ensure it met industry standards before release. Formulation. Developing a plan or method. The formulation of hypotheses is the first step in the scientific method of investigation. The company's strategic formulation aimed at expanding its market share over the next year. Politicians discussed the formulation of policies that would benefit both rural and urban areas. Allocation. Distributing resources or tasks. The allocation of roles in the play was based on each actor's strengths and experience. They discussed the allocation of responsibilities to improve efficiency in managing the event. Effective allocation of time is critical to maintaining a balance between work and personal life. Amelioration. Improvement or making something better. The city's efforts at environmental amelioration have led to cleaner air and water quality. The government's new policies aim at the amelioration of living conditions in urban areas. The program focuses on the amelioration of educational standards in underprivileged regions. Compilation. Collecting and organizing information or data. The report is a compilation of data gathered from various sources over the past 5 years. The team is working on the compilation of the final presentation for the upcoming conference. The compilation of statistics is essential for drawing accurate conclusions in the research study. Segmentation. Dividing something into smaller parts. Segmentation of the audience was crucial for developing personalized marketing strategies. Segmentation of the project into smaller tasks made it easier to manage and track progress. Image segmentation in AI helps machines recognize objects in photos for better decision-making. Transformation. Major change in form or function. Digital transformation has revolutionized the way businesses operate in the global economy. The country is undergoing a significant transformation in its political and economic landscape. The transformation of the old factory into a modern office space revitalized the neighborhood. Calibration. Adjusting something to ensure accuracy. Calibration of the system is crucial before starting production to avoid errors in output. The calibration of the machine was essential for accurate measurements during the experiment. After calibration, the device displayed results within the required tolerance levels for accuracy. Implementation. Putting a plan into action. Government officials discussed the challenges of implementation related to healthcare reform. The project's successful implementation was praised for overcoming initial challenges and delays. The team focused on a smooth implementation of the system update to avoid service interruptions. Viability. Ability to work successfully. Conducting market research will help us determine the viability of launching our product line. Analyzing financial data is essential for assessing the viability of any new venture or initiative. The company questioned the viability of its current business model in a competitive market. Efficacy. Effectiveness in producing results. The corporation measures the efficacy of each advertising campaign to optimize future efforts. Scientific studies confirmed the efficacy of the treatment in reducing symptoms of the disease. Their findings provide insight into the efficacy of alternative energy sources for future generations. Accountability. Responsibility for actions or decisions. The team showed accountability by accepting responsibility for the project's shortcomings. Personal accountability is essential for professional growth and achieving long-term success. Effective accountability measures ensure that everyone contributes to achieving common goals. Redundancy. Repetition or excess that is unnecessary. Employees feared that the new technology might lead to redundancy and potential job losses. Companies often plan for redundancy to ensure operations continue smoothly in emergencies. The team implemented redundancy in the system to prevent data loss during unexpected outages. Affiliation. Connection or association with a group. His affiliation with the university provided him access to valuable resources and networks. The school's affiliation with a prestigious academy attracts top talent from various regions. Their political affiliation often influences their opinions on key issues within the community. Ambiguity. Unclear meaning or interpretation. The ambiguity in the contract created confusion about the responsibilities of each party. Resolving ambiguity in research findings is essential for drawing accurate conclusions effectively. The professor's explanation was filled with ambiguity, leading to further questions from students. Competence. Ability to do something well. Competence in communication is essential for successful leadership and team collaboration. The team's competence in problem-solving was essential to completing the project on time. Employers value competence highly, often prioritizing skills over formal education credentials. Facilitation. The process of making something easier. Effective facilitation in meetings ensures everyone's ideas are heard and valued by all. Through careful facilitation, teams can achieve clarity and alignment on shared objectives. He demonstrated facilitation expertise by guiding diverse opinions toward a unified solution. Innovation. Creating new ideas or methods. Embracing innovation leads to breakthrough ideas that significantly impact business growth. Encouraging innovation among employees leads to original solutions to persistent challenges. Innovation drives companies to continuously improve and stay competitive in changing markets. Governance. The way a group or organization is managed. Good governance is critical for establishing trust and accountability within any organization. Strong governance practices protect against conflicts of interest and enhance ethical conduct. Improved governance structures can increase investor confidence and foster long-term stability. Integrity. Adherence to moral and ethical principles. Maintaining integrity at work helps foster trust and a positive organizational culture overall. Demonstrating integrity is essential for building strong, trustworthy relationships with our clients. Integrity in leadership inspires employees to uphold ethical standards and act with accountability. Discretion. Careful handling of sensitive information. Employees with discretion maintain confidentiality, enhancing trust with clients and colleagues. Exercising discretion can prevent misunderstandings and preserve a respectful work atmosphere. The manager exercised discretion when handling sensitive information about company finances. Liability. Legal responsibility for something. Failure to comply with regulations can increase the company's liability and lead to penalties. Legal liability often requires thorough documentation and evidence to support one's defense. Without insurance, liability for potential damages could jeopardize the entire business operation. Congruence. Agreement or harmony between things. Leaders strive for congruence between company policies and the culture they promote. The congruence of actions with stated values is essential for building trust among employees. Congruence between team goals and organizational objectives fosters unity and better results. Transparency. Openness and clarity in actions or decisions. Transparency in financial reporting builds confidence among investors and stakeholders alike. Implementing transparency in our processes helps improve trust with clients and customers. Financial transparency allows investors to make informed decisions about their potential risks. Productivity. Effectiveness in producing results or goods. Productivity can be measured by tracking the output generated within a specified time frame. Improving productivity in the workplace often involves better time management and clear goals. Team productivity increased after implementing flexible schedules and clear performance metrics. Feasibility. Likelihood that something can be done. The feasibility of implementing this new technology depends on our budget and timeline. Management is assessing the feasibility of expanding operations into international markets. Conducting a feasibility assessment can prevent costly mistakes and ensure strategic alignment. Collaboration. Working together to achieve a goal. Virtual tools facilitate collaboration among remote team members across various time zones. Cross-functional collaboration helps in understanding customer needs from multiple viewpoints. Collaboration between the marketing and design teams produced a highly successful campaign. Resilience. Ability to recover quickly from difficulties. Resilience enables organizations to adapt effectively to rapidly changing market conditions. After facing numerous obstacles, his resilience helped him achieve his long-term career goals. The team's resilience during tough matches helped them win the championship against all odds. Revolutionize. To make a dramatic changes to something. New technology is set to revolutionize the way we experience virtual reality entertainment. The invention of the Internet has revolutionized how we communicate and access information. The Internet has revolutionized communication, making it faster and more accessible worldwide. Transform. To change something completely for the better. This experience will transform her perspective on life and influence her future decisions. Efforts to transform city infrastructure aim to make urban living more sustainable and efficient. His innovative ideas could transform traditional business models in the tech industry significantly. Reevaluate. To think about or assess something again. Given recent findings, it's crucial to re-evaluate our strategy for maximum project success. After feedback, we need to re-evaluate our approach to ensure better customer satisfaction. Changes in the market demand that we constantly re-evaluate our business goals and methods. Revamp. Change the appearance or structure of something. The company plans to revamp its website for a more modern, user-friendly experience. She suggested revamping the curriculum to better suit students' evolving learning preferences. They'll revamp the office layout to encourage collaboration and increase employee productivity. Adaptation. Adjusting to new conditions or changes. Cultural adaptation plays a significant role in the success of international business ventures. Adaptation strategies in business help companies remain competitive in fluctuating markets. The adaptation of animals to extreme climates showcases nature's resilience and resourcefulness. Innovation. Introducing new ideas, methods, or products. Technological innovation has the potential to solve some of society's most pressing issues. Investment in innovation can lead to breakthroughs that drive economic growth and prosperity. Innovation in renewable energy has significantly decreased dependence on traditional fossil fuels. Amplify. To make something bigger or more significant. Training programs can amplify employee skills, enhancing productivity and job satisfaction. Using high-quality microphones helps amplify sound for a more immersive listening experience. Marketing campaigns aim to amplify brand awareness, increasing visibility and consumer interest. Restructure. To organize something differently and more efficient. Restructure plans aim to simplify processes, cutting unnecessary steps in daily operations. Management wants to restructure the team to foster better collaboration among members. Restructure strategies often involve downsizing or relocating resources to optimize operations. Overhaul. To completely examine and improve something. They decided to overhaul the kitchen, replacing old appliances with energy-efficient models. The government promised to overhaul healthcare, making it accessible and affordable for all. Overhaul efforts focus on modernizing the transportation system for faster, eco-friendly travel. Thrive. To grow, develop, or succeed well. Animals thrive in habitats that provide abundant resources and suitable living conditions. Remote work environments enable many individuals to thrive without the stress of commuting. Encouragement helps children thrive academically and socially throughout their schooling years. Proliferate. To increase quickly in number or spread rapidly. Mobile applications continue to proliferate, offering solutions for nearly every aspect of life. Technology advancements allow data-driven practices to proliferate across various industries. Social media platforms proliferate, providing new avenues for content creation and marketing. Augment. To make something larger or better by adding. Technologies like AR can augment learning experiences, making education more engaging. Training programs help augment employee skills, improving productivity across departments. Companies aim to augment customer experience by personalizing interactions based on feedback. Evolve. To develop gradually over time. Scientific understanding evolves as new research and discoveries provide fresh insights. Technology and consumer expectations evolve in tandem, shaping future market demands. Societies continuously evolve, adapting to technological and environmental changes over time. Diversify. To make something more varied or different. To boost growth, the brand plans to diversify its offerings across different price ranges. It's smart to diversify investments to minimize financial risks in an unpredictable market. Farmers are encouraged to diversify crops to maintain soil health and reduce dependency. Legislation. Laws made by a government or official body. Changes to the legislation will affect the taxation policies for small businesses nationwide. The new legislation aims to reduce carbon emissions and promote clean energy initiatives. The legislation mandates stricter regulations on air quality in industrial zones across the country. Mandate. Official or authoritative instruction or command. The company's mandate is to reduce carbon emissions by 50% within the next decade. A federal mandate now requires all airlines to adopt stricter security measures for passengers. The new healthcare mandate ensures that all citizens have access to affordable medical services. Ordinance. An authoritative decree or direction. The City Council passed an ordinance banning plastic bags to reduce environmental pollution. Under the city ordinance, homeowners are required to maintain their properties year-round. The town's ordinance mandates that all new buildings must be energy efficient and sustainable. Statutory. Fixed by law, that must be done by law. Statutory deadlines for filing tax returns are strictly enforced by the government each year. His claim was dismissed due to failure to meet statutory requirements within the legal timeframe. Statutory provisions prohibit discrimination based on gender, race, or sexual orientation in hiring. Regulatory. Relating to regulations set by authorities. A regulatory body was formed to monitor compliance with new healthcare safety protocols. The regulatory agency oversees the enforcement of environmental laws to ensure public safety. The new regulatory framework ensures better oversight of the tech industry's growing influence. Compliance. Following rules, laws, or instructions. Compliance with labor laws is essential to maintaining a fair and safe workplace environment. The audit revealed significant gaps in compliance with environmental sustainability regulations. Employees must undergo regular training to ensure compliance with workplace safety standards. Sanctions. Penalties or actions taken to enforce laws or rules. The United Nations imposed sanctions on the regime to pressure them into negotiations. Sanctions were placed on the country's financial sector in response to its illegal activities. The imposition of sanctions resulted in severe economic hardships for the country's citizens. Amendment. A change or addition to a law or document. The amendment ensures equal pay for women in positions previously dominated by men. The government is considering an amendment that would extend the legal voting age to 18. The amendment was passed to safeguard privacy rights in the face of increasing surveillance. Arbitration. An alternative dispute resolution method. Arbitration is often used in commercial disputes to avoid lengthy and costly court battles. Arbitration clauses in contracts ensure quick resolution of conflicts between business partners. The arbitration panel ruled in favor of the defendant, dismissing all claims made by the plaintiff. Jurisdiction. The authority to make legal decisions or judgments. Jurisdiction over criminal cases is determined by the location where the crime occurred. International jurisdiction laws vary depending on the nature of the crime or dispute involved. The court has jurisdiction over cases involving federal law and interstate commercial disputes. Indictment. The authority to make legal decisions or judgments. An indictment is a formal charge that signifies the start of criminal prosecution proceedings. The indictment was handed down after the prosecutor presented substantial evidence to the jury. The indictment outlined specific crimes that warranted immediate legal action against the accused. Precedent. A legal decision that guides future cases. Judicial precedent ensures that courts apply consistent reasoning in similar cases over time. The legal precedent in this case is pivotal to resolving future disputes involving similar issues. The ruling established a new legal precedent regarding intellectual property rights and securities. Affidavit. A written statement confirmed under oath. An affidavit is a sworn statement used as evidence in legal proceedings or investigations. The affidavit detailed the events leading up to the defendant's arrest on criminal charges. The lawyer submitted an affidavit from the witness to support the defense's claims in court.